Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Jerry.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Off and running on a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Coming up, the Lions going to Baltimore and make a statement last night. We've got NFL futures coming up in 20 minutes. And in 40 minutes, it's that time of year. It's a Tuesday. It's the middle of the football season, so D-Day and Double D are going to give us their takes. We'll decide if we agree or disagree, have some baseball as well. I'm Michael Jenkins with you as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Even though Tuesday we don't have football, we still have football like in our midst. Because obviously I'll have my teaser Tuesday later today. And I'm already seeing the promos for Sunday Night Football, which is the Cowboys and the Packers. And they are using Post Malone's Better Now as the soundtrack. And you're like, wow, they're really going to play this up, aren't they? So I'm sure we will hear about the Micah Parsons trade about 15 times during Sunday Night Football.
Oh, my God. I woke up this morning and I was getting ready for the show, and I logged on to X, and the first thing I saw was something similar. It wasn't necessarily for Sunday Night Football, but it was a picture of Micah Parsons, the rematch back against the Cowboys. So already this is going to be hyped. I mean, it is going to be awesome to watch. I can't wait for it, but the hype is not going to stop. It's just going to be full bore throughout the week.
Yeah, it's just like he's a defensive player, and as opposed to, I almost equate it to like the Luka trade. And like obviously when Luka's playing, he has a big part of the offense, and like we're going to see him a lot. So I wonder how much like they're going to key in on him, because obviously he is a difference maker, but I don't know if it's going to go into the handicap for me. Like, do you do like a Micah Parsons revenge game saying he gets a sack? Like, I don't know if that's enough for me. Like, he tries all the time.
I mean, as much as you can be motivated in an NFL game, like motivation on top of motivation, I guess this is it. I don't know if you can come up with a bigger scenario. So this is a guy who goes max effort on every play. It's not like he takes plays up, but I feel like if there's a time to bet it, this is it. But also, don't you know how many people are going to be on this bet? It probably is going to be cost prohibitive.
I don't know. Like, I'm not somebody who bets on defensive props because I think they are tricky. Because sometimes he can really get after a quarterback, but it doesn't result in a sack. It's like a quarterback hurry or a hit. So it's not a world that I have explored just yet, but I'm sure a lot of people are getting into it this week.
Yep. You know, we're going to talk about it here on the show. Everyone else is going to talk about it. It is going to be exciting to see, and the Cowboys are definitely going to be shorthanded, especially on offense. We're hearing now that CeeDee Lamb is probably not going to play this week. Jerry says he may go on IR, so that's going to hurt them quite a bit, and their defense does not look great. So could be a big day, big night for Micah Parsons. A pretty good night for us. You want to talk about your bets?
Well, it was a good night for you. That's how you can say it, Jenks. I went 0-1, had Sam Laporta over 44.5 receiving yards. He had 4 catches for 33 yards. I basically needed one more catch. But the crazy thing about this game is that Jared Goff only had 202 yards of passing. Like, I expected Jared Goff to throw the football a lot more, but the Ravens could not stop the run. So most of the receiving props for the Lions were no-goes, including Sam Laporta. So that's an L for me.
No worries. Couple dubs for this guy, finally. Off to a good start. Normally I start off slow and then I'm just scratching and clawing to get it ahead of the game, and sometimes it's like a nice finish to the week. So it's nice to get off to a good start finally. Braves run line over the Nats. Braves win 11-5. I also had the over in the Lions-Ravens game, set at 53 and a hook, and the Lions, of course, win 38-30. As for the Dogster, no pick yesterday, but he will be back today after expressing his love of Moby Dickey's in Hendersonville, Tennessee, right there where you are located. So for the week, you're 0-1. I'm 2-0, and the Dogster still 0-0, but that will change by the end of the show. So let's get into what we saw last night on Monday Night Football. The Lions over the Ravens, 38-30. The Lions getting 4.5 points. They are plus 195 on the money line. Again, total set at 53 and a hook, the overhits. Jared Goff gets it done for Detroit. 22 of 28, 202 yards, and this touchdown in the third quarter.
St. Brown in motion. Goff for St. Brown. He is there, and he's got it. Touchdown, Detroit. What a throw and catch.
All calls courtesy of ESPN. I'm glad we cut out that audio because we should not be able to air that here on the radio waves. St. Brown, 7 receptions for 77 yards and that score. But this was a total team effort by the Lions on offense, and they put it away on the ground.
Now Montgomery, he's going to break. David Montgomery is in for the touchdown.
Knuckles getting into the end zone. Montgomery, a huge game. 12 carries, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs, 22 carries, 67 yards, couple scores as well. The Lions score on drives of 98 and 96 yards, and bully Baltimore at the line of scrimmage, outrushing the Ravens 224 yards to 85 yards on the ground. Detroit, stand up. What a performance.
Yeah, what a performance from their offensive and defensive lines, because this is not something I expected either. To see the Ravens get pushed around at home on their own turf. Like, would you imagine a game in which Derrick Henry only rushes for 50 yards? Like, it's crazy to me. And the fact that every time I looked up at the screen, one of the running backs for the Lions was just running wild. So this is a huge red flag for the Ravens, where we see them give up a bunch of points to contenders. And I understand these are tough offenses to face when you face Josh Allen and when you face this Lions offensive line, but still, this is the measuring stick that you need to measure yourself by, because you're not going to be playing the Browns in the postseason for the AFC Championship game, or at least I am assuming not. So when you can't hang with these other contenders in the NFL, like, it has to be troublesome for the Ravens.
Yeah, this was, I don't know how I want to look at this, and I think it was the physicality of Detroit that surprised me most, right? Like, going into the game, the handicap was there's a lot of offensive firepower. The Ravens in particular had some injuries with Kyle Van Noy out. Namde, how do I say his last name? Matabike out for
something like that.
Yeah, I looked it up a couple days ago. I want to make sure I got that right before I said it. But those two guys were out, and these are two guys right up there, a linebacker and a defensive lineman right there at the line of scrimmage. And so those guys are huge for the Ravens. So if you're wondering why they weren't as physical, that has something to do with it. But even then, the fact that this Lions team was pushing around Baltimore in this game was the one thing that surprised me, because I thought Jared Goff would be tossing it around all over the place. And the fact that they just kept handing the ball off, and it worked was something you don't normally see. Baltimore's teams are sort of built on being the more physical team. That's kind of their brand. That's the city of Baltimore. But it was not the case last night.
Right. And you also watch the Ravens offense. You're like, how does anybody stop this rush attack? And then you see them in the red zone, and there's like some play calls, and, things just kind of fall apart, which, I mean, they didn't fall apart completely, because obviously they still scored 30 points. But when you have to win in a track meet, every single touchdown counts. Obviously, you have to do all of them instead of, settling for field goals. So when you see a backfield of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, you'd think that this team can outscore just about anybody, but it's not the case.
No, not at all. And I just thought that I love the Lions' game plan going into this game. And can we now, even though it's early, maybe shut down the idea that the Lions won't be able to perform on offense because Ben Johnson isn't there as offensive coordinator? Because now it's John Morton who calls the plays for the Lions. And it's pretty clear that whatever he learned, or he was definitely a part of the Ben Johnson experience or the Ben Johnson orbit, he learned enough where he can absolutely take advantage of the pieces that Detroit has on offense, because whether it was being aggressive on fourth down or running some trick plays or misdirection, they looked awesome.
Yeah, they were running some of the plays that Ben Johnson ran last year. So it's very obvious that they kept some of the plays around in the playbook, which they can, and they still have the pieces, which is the main thing. So they still have all kinds of weapons. And when you have running backs that are breaking off huge runs like that, like, it's really hard to stop, because when David Montgomery needs to take a break, you give it to Jahmyr Gibbs and he's going to, run knock off a big run. So it's just a really good offense, and the defense held their own, I suppose, against the Ravens. Still, I suppose you gave up 30. But again, when you're talking about these contenders, it's how much are you making of your chances in the red zone? And the Lions were the better team last night.
They really were. And I love how aggressive they were. 3 of 3 on 4th downs. And that 4th and 2 conversion, I just love that play call. I love the trust in Jared Goff, where it's a 4th and 2 near midfield, and you think they're probably going to run it. The Ravens are up the line of scrimmage expecting the run, and Detroit had been running it all night long. And what happens? Jared Goff throws a perfect pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown to pick up that first down to keep the drive going. And to me, this is just another mark in the side of Jared Goff is a very good NFL quarterback. And I feel like he gets derision again and again and again. So he didn't put up the big numbers last night, but in big spots, he was crucial to go along with the rest of the offense.
Yeah, even though he got 151 yards from David Montgomery on the ground. And obviously when your run game is working that well, it takes a lot of pressure off your passing game. Like, your point is well received, but I'm looking at Lamar Jackson, and he's probably thinking, well, I wish I got more than 50 yards from Derrick Henry. And also, I guess he could look at himself, because he's one of the leading rushers as well. But, like, I think it starts and ends there. When you can't get the run game going and you have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, like, that's disappointing.
So what's going on with Derrick Henry? I don't want to say he's washed, but I will say that after running wild against the Bills, he's kind of been held in check. He's now fumbled in 3 straight games, couple in the 4th quarter now. And listening to him after the game, he was saying, yeah, I'm not going to lie, this is really tough. I don't normally do this. And if you look over the course of his career, particularly in the 4th quarter, I think he has 2 fumbles in his last 136 games. This is not like him at all. This is a guy you rely on. This is one of the best running backs in the NFL and has been forever. Is he slowing down a touch?
I don't know about the fumbles, because that's obviously a different thing. But from somebody who watched Derrick Henry a ton in Tennessee, I will say this. He is not the best at the line of scrimmage. If he doesn't have a hole to run through, he's not the best at, jittering that speed, off a dime. Like, when you watch these other running backs who are really quick, and they're obviously a different type of running back than Derrick Henry, if the line is crowded, like, they can find holes. Derrick Henry is at his best when he gets through that first line. And when he has, like, some speed or some room to really generate some speed, it takes a while for him to get going. And also, when he's on the goal line, he doesn't have the best hands as a receiver. So everybody and their mom knows if it's going to him, like, he's running the football. So I'm not saying it, like, limits the playbook. It's just, as opposed to some of these other receivers who can, catch it and do some other things in the playbook, Derrick Henry is a little limited in that sense. And I do feel like blasphemous even saying any type of criticism on Derrick Henry, but it's there.
No, and he admits it. He's like, this is not like me. He does need sort of a head of steam generally. And once he does and he gets that, then, he's going to run over you or he's off to the races, because certainly he still has talent. There's no question about that. I also wonder, too, what this is going to do to John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, because they keep fighting against this idea that in big spots they falter, in big spots they falter. And you know what? It's not necessarily wrong, whether it's on Coach Harbaugh, whether it's Lamar himself. If you go back to their playoff history, if you go back to that game against the Bills week 1 of this season, if you go back to last night, what we saw against the Lions, where, huge moment, you're at home, you take on a team that absolutely has the talent to win the Super Bowl, you're favored to win, and then, at the end of the game, Ravens got a junk touchdown, but this game was over. They were dominated by the Lions, and so this is just another mark against the idea that when they need to be at their best, they're unable to do it.
I do think that if you're going to lose these games, lose them in the regular season. Because, this is still a contending team. Like, I know we're pretty down on the Ravens right now. But it's still a team that's going to have a chance against the top contenders, especially in the AFC. And I will say, if there's a silver lining, it's the fact that Mark Andrews appears all the way back. 6 catches last night, 91 yards, including a catch in the end zone that looked very similar to the ball that he dropped in the postseason last year. So I'm glad that it feels like he has his juice back.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about what will happen if the Lions win this game. Will their odds shorten? And as we thought, yes, they certainly have. To win the Super Bowl, Lions now 10-1. To win the NFC, Lions now 5-1. And to win the division, they are 2-1 in the NFC North. A very impressive performance in one of those marquee games that we get early in the season. Coming up next here on the show. So we have wrapped up 3 weeks in the National Football League. How do we feel about some futures in pro football? We'll talk about those next. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday morning. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal.
With Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, we'll look at how the NFL futures have adjusted after 3 weeks in the National Football League. Chelsea, it's time to check in. What's going on with Blake? If you don't know, if you're tuning into this show, maybe for the first time, then Chelsea's daughter Blake, of course, your husband Jake, played pro baseball, major league pitcher. Blake is now taking up the sport. And the early take on Blake is still figuring out the defense, but she can swing a bat. She can swing a bat. Does she have a game this week? 2 games a week, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if I'd say that she's figured anything out, just because, softball is tough to learn. Like, there are so many things that go into it, like, as opposed to soccer, where, like, at the end of the day, it's like you're kicking a ball into a net. Because softball, it's like you have to learn a good swing, which takes a while to perfect. You have to learn a good throw. You have to learn a good catch. You have to learn base running. You have to learn all of the rules. So baseball has, like, a ton of, like, weird rules, too. So, like, it's definitely a learning process. But, like, the main thing is that she really likes it. And the girls on her team are really nice. So she's really enjoying it.
Yeah, that's part of it. I look back. I played baseball up until, like, 9th grade or something like that. Primarily baseball. I played basketball as well. But I loved baseball growing up. And, of course, I'm old enough that in the 80s, like, baseball was the sport in America, even more so than the NFL. Like, it was just such a baseball nation. And so I loved it, though. And I look back, I mean, we had some nice wins and we played in tournaments and stuff like that. But the best part about it was loving the sport and then all these different memories I created with guys who are still friends of mine to this day. That's the real gift, is the bonding that you experience,
Yeah, for sure. And I think especially for kids, it's like built-in friends. I think that's one of the best things, especially if you have like any type of social anxiety. It's like these people are forced to be your friends, or at least they're forced to be friendly with you.
Yeah.
And so like after the game, I feel like that's the best part, is like when they all have like the snacks after the game and they're all sitting like on the bench together. So I think it's like a social experience as well.
Well, and then you immediately have something in common, right? I mean, how do you develop something in common when you're a kid? You're still learning about everything. And immediately you have, hey, we like this sport. We like playing softball. We like playing baseball. We like coming here. This is a lot of fun. Let's get to know each other. So it's an immediate icebreaker when you're sort of learning how to interact socially. So good for her. Next game is when? I'm keeping track here online. Baseballreference.com.
They certainly don't keep stats because they don't keep score. But it's every Tuesday and Thursday. But I do think on a larger scale, like, this is why people like sports and people want to be a part of a fan base. I saw there was like a long form article about like, how we need sports now more than ever. I think it was like by The Atlantic. And then I read like a few paragraphs. I was like, all right, this person doesn't even watch sports, so I don't know if I can stomach it. It's like when E! News tries to write about sports and like every other thing is like a pun and a play on words for like, when they write about Travis Kelce, it's like, and she scored a touchdown. And you're like, all right. But I do think there's definitely an element of truth to that, because like our country's so divided right now. And I'm not going to get into that. It's just, I do think people need a release. And they need something where they can bond with people of like all backgrounds. And I think sports does that for a lot of people.
Oh, it's the absolute lockdown common denominator where, all right, there can be all these differences, but hey, we're on the same side here, right? Or we all love this experience, something like that. So totally get that. Well, let's look at the board when it comes to NFL futures now that we've completed week 3 in the NFL. If you're looking at Super Bowl odds, Bills plus 425. What's amazing is the Ravens sitting at 1-2. Now they have lost to 2 very good teams. Are the second favorite at plus 550. Packers and Eagles plus 750. Lions 10-1. Chiefs 14-1. And the Chargers 15-1. Do any of these bets interest you? I guess if you're a Chiefs backer, now is the time at 14-1. You're probably not going to get odds better than that on Kansas City. But I'm a little surprised that the Lions are sitting at 12-1. I'm not one of those people that says, oh, the Lions beat the Ravens. Well, that means the Lions are immediately better than the Ravens. You have to take more factors into account than that. But I am surprised the Ravens are still sitting there right behind the Bills.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because they still have postseason potential. And, look at the teams they lost to. They lost to the Bills and the Lions. So it's not like they're losing to bad teams. But also, this is a bet on the Super Bowl. They're going to have to face a lot of good teams. Same goes for the Chiefs. They lost to the Chargers in Brazil, and then they lost to the defending Super Bowl champs and the Eagles. So, I don't know. I think both those teams certainly have a chance, but I feel like it feels very wide open to me this year. As far as, the top tier teams, there's about, 6 or 7 teams that I feel like can win it. So maybe there's a way to find some value there. I think the way you play the Chiefs is you look at their AFC odds, because I still think there is a good chance that the Chiefs can make it to the AFC Championship game. But we've already seen them match up with the Eagles, and I do think if we get another installment of that series, it's going to be the Eagles that win that game again. So I don't think I believe in the Chiefs to win a Super Bowl, but I do think, if you bet on them to win the AFC Championship game, if they even make it there, you will have hedging opportunities.
How are the Eagles at plus 750? It feels like a gift to me at this point in the season. Seriously, the defending Super Bowl champions, and I know it's difficult to repeat, they're 19-1 straight up in their last 20. They just came off that incredible comeback win against the Rams, who are a very good team, and we saw that the Eagles can be more dynamic on offense than maybe we originally thought, because when they needed to, they stepped up and Jalen Hurts started throwing the ball around, looked really good in that game. And Saquon hasn't done a whole lot this season, so he's always a threat. I don't think he was ever going to eclipse what he did last season because he was so remarkable. But the Eagles at plus 750 feel like a great price. Bills, Ravens ahead of them, and the Eagles tied with the Packers. What am I missing? Eagles at plus 750 feels like a great bet.
Yeah, it does, especially if you factor in postseason experience, because I feel like that does count for something, right? When you look at these other teams that are extremely talented, Jalen Hurts has been there and done that. And, the only other team you can look at the board and say that about is, the Chiefs. Some of these other teams have advanced pretty far in the postseason. But, Jalen Hurts had the learning experience of going to the Super Bowl and losing a Super Bowl. Then he had to go back and win a Super Bowl. So at the end of the day, postseason experience matters to me. I do think it is a different element. So Jalen Hurts has, I think the upper hand over the Packers in that case. As much as, the Packers are extremely talented on both sides of the ball, I think it's a little unfair that they are tied with the same odds at plus 750. If you're asking me to take one of those two teams, I'm definitely taking the Eagles.
I'll also say, just yesterday on this show, we were saying, how are the Niners still so high? How are the Niners still so high? Shouldn't they be down the list here? And now they have fallen back to 16-1, but a lot of that is because now Nick Bosa is out for the season with a torn right ACL. And it's rare that a defensive player moves the market that much. I think this is a combination of factors, but certainly when you're talking about arguably their best defensive player, and now he's out for the season, this just goes back to what we've been discussing, is that the Niners are just older now, and they kind of missed that window. By the way, Bosa has torn the ACL in both knees. So this is the third ACL surgery that he's going to go under. And Kyle Shanahan did say yesterday, well, if you're going to tear an ACL, this is the kind of ACL tear you want. No other ligaments were damaged. I'm like, I guess. But the Niners had 8 new.
Zone.
Yeah, I know. It's he's still out for the season, correct? Yes. But if you're going to tear it, this is the way to go. But they had 8 new starters in week 1. on defense. And Mac Jones is filling in for Brock Purdy until Brock Purdy returns. So now we're sort of seeing, I feel like, where San Francisco should have been the entire time, which is around 16-1, but I would not touch them.
Yeah, they're too injured. And I know they have a lot of guys that could possibly come back. Like, obviously, Bosa's not one of them. But, Jenks, what about the Rams at 20-1? They're not even on the screen right now because they're too far down. And we've seen this. Of the NFC teams, it feels like they at least have a chance to beat the Eagles because we just saw this. So if you're talking about matchups, like even last year in the postseason, there were the one team in the NFC that actually gave the Eagles a game. So when you're talking about contenders, I feel like the Rams at 20-1, interested in that one?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to call it a fluke, but the end of that game against the Eagles, they still had a chance to win it despite the Eagles coming back. Now, the Eagles won, full credit to Philly, but the Rams are really good. And plus, don't you feel, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but at least for me, when you're talking about a team that is super talented like the Rams, they have playoff experience. They came really close against Philly last year, probably should have won that game last weekend, and they have a coach like Sean McVay who has won it before. I tend to put my trust in good teams who also have proven head coaches who you know are going to make smart decisions and guide their team in the right way, potentially down the line.
Yeah, I guess I needed to include the Rams with the Chiefs and the Eagles because, you know, Matt Stafford's won a Super Bowl, and that counts for something.
Yeah.
So I think there's like two routes you can go here. You can go, you know, the teams that have some experience, and you can get some good value on some of those teams. Or how about the teams that look like this is a turning point year? Because we haven't talked about the Chargers just yet. And I think it's a little haunting for me to pick a team that looked so bad in the postseason last year. Like Justin Herbert, I don't know what happened. Like, I bet on the Chargers against the Texans, and I think Justin Herbert threw 2 interceptions and just did not look like himself. But this is definitely a Chargers team that look like they have, you know, taken the next step. They're winning close games. You know, the defense looks absolutely stifling. They have a good head coach now, and they have a quarterback who's putting up massive numbers this season. So, Jenks, Chargers 15-1. Do you think it takes a year of them going to the postseason and having a good run before they can win a Super Bowl? Or do you think they can go all the way this year?
I think they can go all the way. I'm big on the Chargers, and I know that if you back the Chargers in the past or you follow the Chargers, it's easy to say they're going to charger. They're charging. They did that last year against the Texans. But year 2 in a system, especially Jim Harbaugh's system, is different. You can see that they look different. You can see that they look like more of a complete team. You can see that Justin Herbert is spinning the ball in a way that he hasn't before. Like, he's making some passes that are unbelievable. What was that one he made against the Broncos where he's going left and then throws kind of a sidearm pass for a touchdown? I mean, moving sort of against the grain. That's a world-class throw. So even though he's been considered, you know, long been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, he seems to have taken his game to the next level, and it's not a coincidence that this is under the tutelage of Jim Harbaugh, and that's the difference, right? Because when we'd watch the Chargers charger in the past, normally it was because they had boneheaded coaching decisions from the guy walking the sideline. That's not going to happen now because Harbaugh has been there. He's been to a Super Bowl, obviously won a national championship, one of the best head coaches in the game. Like, it's not a coincidence that in year 2, suddenly the Chargers look really good. So I'm not worried about them charging.
Yeah, I said that last year, though, and then they looked terrible against the Texans. So they look like another good regular season team, and maybe we'll see in the postseason, but the early returns are really good, especially now that Keenan Allen is back. My goodness, the connection that him and Justin Herbert have had. Keenan Allen's had a touchdown every single game and has gone over 60 yards receiving in every single game. And you see that toe drag swag that it feels like, you know, the veteran receivers in the league have. He certainly has it. All right, so the only team that we haven't touched on that I kind of wanted to mention, and like obviously I think we've talked about just about every team. So we haven't talked about the Bills, and we haven't talked about the Bucks and the Bears and Battlescar Galactica, all the B names. But Bills at 425, plus 425 the favorites, Jenks. I know you love the Bills.
I do.
Is this worth betting on them at this price?
I don't think so. And I can't say it because I'm like, I like the Eagles. The Lions are a good price. So are the Chargers. What about the Rams? I just think that if you have, what I'm trying to say is if you have a conviction about one of these teams, then now is not a bad time to put some money on the board. What I find interesting is that this is a really competitive slate that we're seeing, and there's a lot of very good teams that you can make a case for. So if you feel strongly one way or the other, definitely take a look, maybe put a sprinkle on. At some point, though, you have to limit that and not spread yourself out too thin. But for the Bills, as much as I like Buffalo, I don't know if I'd bet them at this price, and it feels like they're going to be the favorites for the remainder of the season, barring the wheels falling off. They were the favorites going into the season. They still look great. They've got the reigning MVP. So there's a lot of stuff to like, but also you're not getting the premium that you would like to get ideally on a potentially a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, but here's the next 3 games for the Bills. They get the Patriots and Buffalo. They get the Falcons. They get the Panthers. Mm-hmm. And then they finally have a game where maybe they'll get a fight, November 2nd. They host the Chiefs. Then they get the Dolphins. Then they get the Bucs at home, Texans, Steelers, Bengals without Joe Burrow, Patriots, Browns, and then Eagles at the end of the year and Jets. So it just feels like there's not that many prove-it games for the Bills. And if they do have them, they're at home. Like they play the Eagles at home, they play the Bucs at home, and they play the Chiefs at home. So the schedule does line up pretty well. So I'm not sure if this price is going to lengthen.
No, it probably won't. It'll probably just kind of hover. Like it might get a little shorter, it might get a little longer, but it's still going to kind of be, aren't the Bills just going to be the favorites throughout the season? I think that's what it is. So if you like the Bills, they're not going anywhere. They're not going to fall off. It's not going to get too short just by nature of the fact that it's a Super Bowl futures bet, and those will only get too short. But ultimately, yeah, this is just kind of going to be where they are for the rest of the year. Coming up next year on the show, it is a Tuesday, so D-Day and Double D will throw out some takes and decide if we agree or not. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip on a Tuesday. Stay right there.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, Jenks and Chelsea react to Denton and Double D's takes from the weekend, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a meltdown.
be against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
The better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes. Appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, there's always plenty of takes after a weekend full of football. We'll let D-Day and Double D chime in with the hottest that they've got. You know, I always say on this show that the lovely Catherine and I, we're always eating out and we never get enough groceries or never order them as much as we should. Well, we finally did this 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I'm telling you, this has had such an effect on my diet. I've lost 7 or 8 pounds by virtue of the fact that I'm not a big guy to begin with, but eating at home and not constantly going out, and I don't generally gorge anyway. Between doing that and working and drinking less because it's the fall and I tend to work a lot in the fall, I got on the scale this morning. I'm like, wait a second, what's going on here? Bizarre. I guess that's been the key to unlock staying in better shape is maybe not eating out every other meal. So you would think that's a lesson you learned when you're much younger. I'm learning it now at 51.
Yeah, I think it's because when you eat out, they do whatever they can to make it taste good. And if that means adding a pound of butter or, whatever fattening ingredient, they're going to do it. And they usually use a bunch more oil in the pan. So it's one of those things where, if you can't control, the additions to the food and you don't know what's going in, even if it's the same food, it's prepared differently. So maybe it's not the same for every restaurant, but, I think of, Cracker Barrel. I'm like, wow, these chicken tenders are so juicy and it feels like, my hand is dripping in grease. I wonder if they're the same nutritional value as the ones I make at home. Probably not. So I think that probably goes into it.
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with it. I was thinking about it this morning. I'm like, yeah, of course, Michael. Don't be a moron. Of course it is. So kind of surprising. Of course, because that, I'm going to go home this morning, just, absolutely destroy a large breakfast. I'm like, because I can. Because I need it now. Now I got to put on some weight. I'm just going to fluctuate back and forth. Let's fluctuate on our opinions. Maybe, maybe not. We'll decide what we like, what we don't like. We'll bring in Double D, bring in D-Day here, and they're going to give us some takes, and we'll decide if we like them, we agree, or disagree. Let's start with Double D. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. All right, let's get it started off with some college football. Clemson is this year's Florida State and will end the season at best 5-7.
Ooh. I understand the parallel that you're making here, but if Clemson does what Florida State did last year, it feels like this would be an absolute disaster. Because Mike Norvell is a good coach, and he had that run where they should have made it to the college football playoff, but he is not on the pantheon that Dabo Swinney is on right now. Right now, Dabo Swinney is considered one of the best head coaches in college football just because of his resume. You know, there was a stretch where he was dominating college football, and it felt like he was in the college football national championship every single year. And the fact that he also runs his mouth a bunch and, you know, puts this in our face about his resume. If this team, with all of this talent, one of the teams that was supposed to be one of the best teams in college football with one of the best head coaches in college football, if they go 5-7, like, I think, you know, it will be absolute pandemonium in Clemson. So I get what you're saying, and I do think that this is a possibility with the way that Clemson is trending, but it would be a much bigger deal than, like, if, you know, you're comparing it to Florida State last year.
I agree, Double D. I totally agree here. It's all about expectations, right? Florida State a couple seasons ago, it was like, all right, this is their revenge season, right? They got shut out of the playoff. They should have made the playoff, and then the bottom falls out. And then this year for Clemson, it was this is the year that Clemson has been building toward for the past couple of years. I mean, they dip into the portal, but this was supposed to be Dabo's sort of piece de resistance. Like, I build and develop players, and it's all going to come to fruition in 2025 where we win a national title. And now just the wheels are falling off. They could absolutely end up 5-7, and it would be akin to having such a drop-off relative to high expectations. So, yeah, I'm with you.
All right, let's get some NFL in here. After what we saw last night, it is clear Week 1 was a massive head fake. The Lions are actually the best team in the NFC North, not the Packers, and we need to jump on them at a reasonable price now.
I think you might be right. I was on the Packers for a while, but didn't we get too into Green Bay there for a second? It's clear now, especially when you're talking about a Week 1 result. It's 1 week. Defenses are always ahead of offenses early in the season. And now we're seeing that Detroit is just as good as offensively as they've ever been. Now we have a whole season ahead of us where we're seeing this is a massive win for Detroit, that they could end up being the dominant team in the NFC, potentially right there with the Eagles. And now you've got Green Bay, who's kind of banged up on offense. I think we overreacted to what we saw in Week 1. Yeah, and you get better value, so I'm with you there.
Yeah, this is more of a math problem for me. It's what's the price that you have to pay for the Packers and what's the price you get on the Lions. So right now the Lions are 2-1 to win the NFC North. And I'm looking at the schedule, and the next matchup between the Packers and the Lions, which, hey, maybe decides the division, is a home game for the Lions. So you get the Lions at 2-1, you know, in basically that game, because in my opinion, I think it's those two teams. Like, the Vikings have looked all right, but, like, they have a backup quarterback right now. And it just does not feel like they're on the same level as the Packers and the Lions. So, yeah, I will take the Lions at 2-1. And maybe we'll see that price, you know, flip-flop throughout the year. Maybe there will be a chance where you can get the Packers at plus money further down the line. But as for now, it's a math problem, and the answer is the Lions at 2-1.
All right, Double D. What's next?
All right, back to college football. And this one comes from some whisperings from the swamp. If Bailey Napier is fired this season, the next head coach of the Florida Gators is John Gruden.
I'm going to say no. I will disagree here. Like, I keep seeing this rumor or hear people talking about it, but is there really smoke here? I think, there's going to be a lot of blowback because of his history in the NFL. Do you want to have to deal with maybe that blowback there? But also, this is a guy who made a name for himself in the NFL. And you have to be really careful about someone who is a great name, but who isn't necessarily suited for the college game. Is he going to want to recruit? Is he going to want to manage NIL, which is what modern-day college head football coaches have to do? It's very different than the responsibilities in the National Football League, and there's very few coaches who can go back and forth between the two and be successful, so I'm going to say no.
I don't really love these type of questions because I don't have any inside info. Like, I have no idea. I don't know anybody at Florida. I don't know anybody who's in the administration. And I also don't really know what's going on in the head of John Gruden and what's going on with his legal stuff. Because I think that he would love to go back to the NFL. And they've floated rumors here in Tennessee where when they eventually fire Brian Callahan, John Gruden has a home here in Nashville. And so, of course, people love to, you know, turn the rumor mill and say, oh, John Gruden would be great. But I'm not sure if Roger Goodell would ever allow that because there's still some things that are, lingering from his past court cases or his past, civil suit against the NFL. So I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Roger Goodell would play a part. Like, I don't see any reason why he could prevent John Gruden from going to Florida. They might have their legal battle, which has been extended now for a while. But if he wants to go coach at Florida, he can go coach at Florida. It's just a matter of whether or not Florida wants to accept. What's that?
The Titans.
Oh, the Titans? Yeah, I guess. He also wasn't he an assistant coach for the Saints? Wasn't he coaching quarterbacks a couple years ago? So it's just conjecture on my part, but I would think if you're already entangled in a legal battle with someone and then you try to prevent them from coaching in the league again, it would be even more of a legal headache. But ultimately, I don't see him going to Florida.
Brian Flores is waving hello at that final statement there. Gruden was technically a consultant, but I don't know that he was officially a coach for the team. Speaking of the NFL, while Derrick Henry is not washed, the water is running, and he got a foot in the bathtub, meaning the Ravens need to get another back to help carry the load because he's not a number one back for a championship team at the ripe age of 31.
Ooh, I don't think I've ever heard the term foot in the bathtub. But for me, this is really tough. And, I am not an X's and O's person. I'm not going to be the next offensive coordinator of any NFL team. So, all I can do is use the numbers ahead of me. So Derrick Henry has been the running back for a team that played in the AFC Championship. So when you say that statement, he can't be a running back on a championship team, he's gotten really close. The year that the Titans made it to the AFC Championship game and eventually lost to the Super Bowl winning Chiefs. So there's no, shame in that. But also that was several years ago. I think that was in 2019. So maybe he's lost a tiny step, but I think it's a lot to pin the Ravens' postseason failings on Derrick Henry because he hasn't even been there that long. So I don't think the problem is Derrick Henry. And plus you already have another running back. His name's Lamar Jackson. He's also a very good quarterback, but he can run the football pretty effectively as well. So I think this has more to do with the entirety of the team and less on the hands of Derrick Henry.
I would disagree here. I'm not going to go all out on selling Derrick Henry just because he's fumbled in 3 straight games. It's not ideal, but you're talking about a play or two that could be the difference against the Bills, and maybe if he doesn't fumble last night and he punches it in, the Ravens win that game. I happen to think Detroit was much better last night, but ultimately, you take away 2 or 3 plays, and all of a sudden, the Ravens are maybe sitting here at 3-0, and Derrick Henry doesn't have an issue holding onto the football, and it's a totally different narrative. So I need to see more before I decide that Derrick Henry isn't a true number one back. I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah,
Double D?
I think so as well. And plus, it's September.
Yeah, exactly. It's still very early. You want to do a quick one?
Yeah, real quick. Texas Tech's defense is the best in the Big 12, and they will lead Texas Tech to the college football playoffs.
Ooh. Well.
I think you're right, and it just pains me to say. God. But you know what? That defensive line of theirs is no joke. David Bailey and Romello Height came in as part. They had 5 guys come in the portal, and Cody Campbell spent $12 million on those guys to come in, and they dominated Utah's offensive line, which is one of the best offensive lines in the country. Mm-hmm. This was a huge test that they passed. I don't like it, but facts are facts. I agree.
Yeah, going on the road to Utah and, dominating that team on the line of scrimmage is a big deal.
It is a huge deal, especially on the road. And also, I was on Utah. Not great, but yeah. I think you're right, Double D. Coming up next here on the show, we've been so focused on football over the past couple days. Time to check in on what we've missed over the weekend. Hour 2 is coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe Like, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. like this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Like, because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. Like, what are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 on a Tuesday here on the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we'll do a bunch of football, but we'll sprinkle in a little bit of some other sports as well, because baseball is still very much going on. And maybe we need to sell you on it, but there is a great race for MVP right now between Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge. And in the WNBA, which I know some people have, left by the wayside once Caitlin Clark got hurt, but Asia Wilson is having a historic season. We'll cover that in this segment, and then at 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets, because listen, we don't have football tonight, so you need to bet on something, so we got you covered there. At 7:40, it's a Teaser Tuesday here on the show, which means I'll give you the teaser leg options in the NFL this week. There's several of them. It's all next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks, so I think that the tough part of this show is that when you have a very strong opinion on something, and then this season goes on, you think, I think I've changed my mind. Sure. And I think people love to point to your past opinions and be like, you're flip-flopping. No, things have changed. I have learned new information, and now I am changing my opinion based on that. Because honestly, I feel like it'd be worse if you just stuck to your guns and be like, I'm not changing anything. I feel like that's a better way to be than just saying, well, I don't want to be a flip-flopper. No, new information was added to the mix, so I'm changing my opinion.
Oh, 1,000%. You can't have, you can have the same opinion you've always had, but then you ignore new information, whether it's sports, politics, weather, news, your family, your relationships. Things are constantly evolving and changing, and so a year from now, when you have all of this new information and things have changed, it's only smart to say, oh, things aren't like they used to be. How does this affect how I feel? Am I just going to stick to what I've always believed? And sometimes that's the case. Or are you going to say, wow, I've got all this new information. How do I feel about it? How am I going to process it? It's like, if a team starts 0-2 in the NFL and you're like, this team sucks, or 0-3, you're like, this team's terrible. And then they run off 12 straight wins and they win the division, and then they end up going and making the playoffs. Are you going to stick with the same opinion that you had after they were 0-3? This team sucks. Well, they actually don't. I don't know if you are aware of this, but things have happened since you formed that opinion. So I think that's a smart way to go about things.
Right. And narratives are made to be changed as well, because we've seen so many narratives in sports about guys who can't win the big one. Wasn't this placed on Andy Reid for a long time? Look at how many Super Bowls he's won now.
Yeah.
So, it's one of those things where, and, when it comes to championship-level teams, there's always going to be a year before where, maybe it takes them another year, but eventually they will get there. And, even in golf, Tommy Fleetwood finally won, a major. So, that was a big deal for him. So it's one of those things that I feel like this is a quality that I wish more people had, because I think this is part of the problem of some of the discourse in our country right now. But limiting it to sports, here's the opinion that I have changed on, Jenks.
Okay.
And it's the fact that I do think Cal Raleigh deserves to be MVP this year. And I know it's September 23rd, and you're like, wow, you've taken this entire time and now you're jumping on the bandwagon. But we only have 3 games left, and it's wild to me that Cal Raleigh of the Mariners is still even money to win the MVP. And Aaron Judge is your favorite at -145, and you can make a good case for him because the guy has just been a hitting machine this year. Hitting .326 in the big leagues is an absolute monster deal. The fact that his OPS is over 1,000, he's best hitter in baseball. But I think what changed the calculus for me is listening to people who have played baseball. And I've had this discussion with my husband. about the defensive value that Cal Raleigh adds to the mix by being a catcher. And I think this is one of the in the weeds things that maybe the casual fan doesn't quite understand. But when it comes to physical demands and mental demands too, because you're calling a game, being a catcher is really, really tough, especially doing it the entire season. Like, even from somebody who doesn't even play baseball, imagine squatting an entire baseball game. It is physically challenging. And this is why his quads and his dumper is so big, because his legs are just so strong. So when you add this defensive value to your team as a catcher, and your team is also going to win the division, which is a story in itself, you add narratives in, you add storylines, I think that sweetens the pot for some of these writers. I do think Cal Raleigh deserves to win the MVP this year.
I agree. And I also think that this is when you can't put something on paper and you can't measure it. Hasn't Cal Raleigh just been the catalyst for everything Seattle has done because of how he sort of inspires everyone around him to elevate their level of play? Because he's doing something that has never been done. Like, that's the thing. He broke the team record for home runs set by Ken Griffey Jr. He broke the switch hitting home runs record set by Mickey Mantle. He plays a position that is different from Aaron Judge's. So if you're just looking at the stats, you're not seeing the full scope of what Cal Raleigh has done. And the Mariners are also playing great ball. And there's such a great narrative there too. So I feel like if you're comparing the two and it's close, it's going to go to Cal Raleigh, and you're getting a better price. So I'd be on it.
Well, and also there's a chance that Cal Raleigh catches Aaron Judge, for 60 home runs in a season. Like, he's sitting at 58 right now. And they play some teams that, like, obviously any team can give up home runs. But I'm just saying it's within the realm of possibility. So anytime you have like a historic season, obviously that goes in your favor. Maybe there's going to be some voter fatigue. And I will say this, of all the writers and all the people who like vote on awards, I do think baseball writers are very informed. And like, think about the Baseball Hall of Fame. Like, this is the most curmudgeon group of people who like are, sticklers to the rules and sticklers to, having these numbers that fly off the page. So like, as opposed to like the AP voters in college football, I do think that like baseball writers will see that playing catcher and doing this at the same time is a huge deal, especially when Aaron Judge was DHing half of the season just because he was injured.
Well, you have to take that into effect. Like, there's no question that being a DH is easier than squatting for 9 innings a game. There's just no question that just takes more of a toll on your body. So when you look at the numbers, it's just not an apples to apples comparison, and it's easy to do. I mean, statistics can tell all sorts of different stories, and sometimes they can sort of lie to you. And it's not to say that Aaron Judge hasn't had an amazing MVP caliber season. He certainly has, but you can't ignore Cal Raleigh's position, nor the effect that he's had on the Mariners, which I think is more of an effect because he's broken so many records and because what he's done has been so unexpected.
Yeah, it looks like we've had some line movement overnight. Cal Raleigh is now minus 120. He is now your favorite, but I think it's still a good bet. Because, again, we have 3 days left in the regular season. And it just feels like this is the year of Big Dumper. Like, that's what it feels like to me. So Aaron Judge has had a very, very good season. And, again, the batting average, is incredible. But the fact that the Mariners are probably going to win the division, I think goes into it as well. It should be noted that MVPs have won this award, even if their team has been terrible. But again, I just think it goes into the narratives. And at the end of the day, these are still writers, and I still think they love a good storyline. So I do think, Cal Raleigh is going to get it done, and I will be rooting for him. All right, so I think people need to be kept abreast of what's going on in baseball, because right now as we sit, there's like some crazy scenarios. Jenks, if the postseason ended today, the Astros and the Mets would be out of the postseason. Like, can you imagine a postseason without the Astros?
No. It's wild. And what we're talking about, it's amazing how quickly baseball can change, which is part of the fun. But it was only like a month ago we were talking about, well, here are the Astros. Looks like they're headed towards the postseason. They've got all of that postseason experience, and now that has completely been turned on its head. We're seeing the Mets, like you talked about, the Tigers as well. Maybe.
Oh, God.
Oh, I mean, that's been a collapse for
we got to talk about the
ages.
Tigers.
Yeah.
Can we talk about this for a second?
Sure.
Okay, the Tigers are 1-9 in their last 10. They now have a 1-game lead over the Cleveland Guardians, who, on the reverse, are 9-1 over their last 10 games. Did you see this collapse coming? Like, I can't believe my eyes, Jenks.
No, not at all. This will be, if this happens, this will be a historic collapse. Like, we've never seen a collapse like this in modern baseball, if it happens. Right? Didn't they have a 15.5 game lead in the division? Like, they were going to run away with this thing. And now, I mean, this is how this happens, right? The Tigers, ice cold. They're not hitting like they used to. The Guardians are red hot. They play today, which is going to be a crazy game. I mean, it's going to be a huge game for a regular season battle. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but things are not trending well for Detroit, that's for sure.
No. And we're going to talk about our baseball bets next segment. That's going to be a big storyline because I think Tariq Skubal is starting, if I'm remembering off the top of my head. There has never been a bigger spot for him. And I know this is a regular season game, but like, you got to put your team on your back and that offense has to produce. But it's really hard. You have these teams that are like red hot at the end of September. And like, that's how you want to end the season because baseball is one of those sports where it's just, a game of streaks. The Reds, a team that I didn't think was going to be relevant, now won 5 in a row to hold a wild card spot. Jenks, I'm not going to lie. I have not been paying attention to the Reds too much this year just because I thought they were totally out of it. But they swept the Cubs en route to reading 5 in a row, and now they're in the driver's seat for the final wild card spot in the National League.
Yeah.
Currently tied for the Mets, with the Mets, I believe. But like, again, if the season ends today, the Mets must have the tiebreaker because I looked at like if the postseason ended today bracket earlier today on MLB.com. But it's wild to me how some of these teams just get hot down the stretch and like no lead feels safe in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I looked at the rundown. I was like, wait, the Reds are doing this? Are you serious? But then Spencer Steer has been on one. Like in his last 4 games, he has 4 home runs and 10 RBI. Their starting pitching has really come alive. Andrew Abbott is a guy that we bet on a lot this season, but now Hunter Green and Nick Lodolo are also pitching better than they did early in the year. Ellie De La Cruz has come on. So yeah, this Reds team out of nowhere has become a real threat. And it's crazy for them too because they have not won a playoff game since 2012. They have not won a playoff series since 1995. So this has been a long time coming for Cincinnati. I think they played the Braves, I think, in 2020 and got added in because they sort of adjusted the COVID rules, but didn't do anything in that series. So if this happens, this would be massive for Cincinnati.
Yeah, and the city in general. Like, think about, like, the vibes in Cincinnati right now without Joe Burrow. So it would be nice if, the Reds gave him something to root for. All right, Jenks, so you gave a nice little shout out to Asia Wilson on Monday for Monday MVP, as she has won her 4th WNBA MVP award, her second MVP in a row. She's the first player in WNBA history to win the MVP 4 times, along with Cheryl Swoops, Lisa Leslie, and Lauren Jackson. So I know people love to talk about Caitlin Clark and like the new players and even Paige Beckers, but like what Asia Wilson is doing is flat out historic.
Oh, it's been incredible. And, I kind of feel bad for her because, even if you want to disagree, you can't deny that Caitlin Clark moves the needle. She just does. And once she was ruled out for the season, a lot of people quit paying attention. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm just saying that's sort of what we've seen. I mean, look around. Have we talked about the WNBA as much? Do you see national outlets, local outlets talking about the WNBA as much? No. You don't. It's not personal. Paige Beckers has been awesome. You're right about that. She's the rookie of the year. And Asia Wilson just deserves all of her flowers because, man, what she has done has just been dominant. No one has ever done this. And she's joining, royalty. When you look at the 3 players who have won this before, Lauren Jackson, Lisa Leslie, Cheryl Swoops back in the day, and she just keeps putting up these monster numbers. And as I said yesterday, not only this, she's also the co-defensive player of the year. So when you talk about complete players, this is about as good as it gets. And also the Aces went on an incredible winning streak to finish the season. They just escaped the storm, but now they're on to the next round. They absolutely could win another WNBA title. Becky Hammon, we have it right here in the rundown, said this: there's no Mount Rushmore talking about Asia Wilson. You are the only one. You're Everest. And you know what? Becky Hammon is right.
Yeah, she's right, but I will say this. Asia Wilson needs to compartmentalize right now because the Aces are down a game to the Indiana Fever, who don't have Caitlin Clark and don't have Sophie Cunningham. Kelsey Mitchell went absolutely off in game one. But I think that's the tough part for athletes is that you can't dwell on your accomplishments while the season is still going on. I'm not saying Asia Wilson is. I'm just saying they can't discount the fever like everybody else has because they're giving them a series so far.
Oh, yeah. And also it's, she needs some help because she's been the one consistent performer. Now it's time for everyone else in that roster to step up. And the fever, just quietly, nobody's paying attention to Indiana. They got past the first round. Here they are again against the Aces, up 1-0. They're playing really well.
Absolutely. All right, so as we mentioned, huge game today between the Tigers and the Guardians. We tell you how to bet it with Tariq Skubal on the mound. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. This is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks? You interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's. Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But like we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been the better angle here on the BetMGM Network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday edition here of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. In a few minutes, we'll give you our baseball bets for the day, and we have some massive games in Major League Baseball with huge playoff implications, including a massive game between the Tigers and the Guardians. Tariq Skubal is pitching. Even though the Tigers are 1-9 over their last 10, can we finally trust them with their ace on the mound? But Jenks, I was looking at MLB.com and I saw this headline. I had to click on it. So the headline is this: at 9 years old, he asked Verlander for a selfie. Now they are teammates. And I was like, oh man, I feel bad for Justin Verlander in this situation, because I'm sure he's like, great. Yeah, I am really old, aren't I? But apparently Bryce Eldridge, who now plays for the Giants, he's a 6'7" first baseman. He was the Giants' #1 prospect before coming up to the big leagues. He was 8 months old when Justin Verlander made his big league debut for the Tigers in 2005. And I feel like my head explodes a little bit when I hear about people who were born post-2000. Which I understand is now a thing, but it's like my brain can't comprehend it. But there is this great picture of Bryce Eldridge taking a selfie with Justin Verlander in the background signing autographs. And I think this is the crazy part of kids' childhoods now, is that they're going to have so many pictures. I don't know if it's like this for you, Jenks, is that I don't have that many pictures from my childhood. I have actual pictures, and I feel like my mom did a good job of developing pictures, but it's not the same thing as people who have phones. And you have 2,000 photos on your phone at one time. And so people have all these cool moments that, bless you, that they now just have stored away for cool moments like this. I'm a little jealous.
Are you? I mean, I'm trying to think back at, I have some pictures that I've digitized, and then they're really old. I have some pictures that are actually in a scrapbook, but I've done a pretty good job, I feel like, maintaining or taking pictures when I was younger. Of course, I'm much older, so some of those pictures that I have, you couldn't take a picture on a phone at all. It just didn't exist back in the day. But I feel like I have a pretty good history. Maybe not as good as most, but I definitely also at the same time, understand this happening to Justin Verlander. I kind of had it happen to me when someone says, oh, I used to watch you or follow you growing up, and then you meet them and you're like, oh, this is great. It's not a great feeling. It happened on this show, actually.
Was it Denton?
Wasn't Denton. Well, actually it was Denton. It was, yeah. Denton said that, and then when I was working with Nick one day, Nick Ash used to work here, and I said this on the air, and I was like, yeah, it's weird, when people say, hey, I grew up watching you. And Nick leans in and goes, I grew up watching you. I was like, oh, my God. Between that and Denton, it's like, oh, man. Woof. Thank you, boys, for coming to see me. Remember that one time I went viral? It's it hits you. I've been doing this for a long time.
Nick Ashew does not look a lot younger than you. And I don't know if that's an insult to him or a compliment to you. But I never would have guessed Nick Ashew. I don't know how old he is, but he doesn't look that much younger than you. So, sorry, Nick Ashew.
Nick catching strays here on the show.
But like, I think it's more the fact that you look good for your age. You do not look your age. So I think it's more of a compliment to you as opposed to an insult to him. But like, it is like, how do you react in that moment? Thanks?
I mean, here's the thing. At first, I'm like, oh, God, and it hits you like I've done this for a long, but then you come around and you appreciate it, right? Because look, time is undefeated. You can't control it. And ultimately, if you're still doing something that you're passionate about, and this is a young person's game, I believe. So the fact that if you're still doing it after all this time and, still making a way, you have to look back and say this was inevitable. So at the very least, you're still you're still trudging along and finding a way, and there's something to be said for that, I hope.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for it if you're like still around in the business. And same goes for Justin Verlander. The fact that he has been in the league so long, like he's 42. I can't even count the amount. Okay, so his major league debut was in 2005. The year is 25. So my quick math is that 20 years in Major League Baseball, like that is a huge accomplishment. And I understand this year he hasn't had like career numbers, but he still has a 3.88 ERA, which is pretty damn good for somebody who is 42 years old. So what a career for Justin Verlander. He's definitely going to be a Hall of Famer. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that would love to get a selfie with him. All right, Jenks. So as I mentioned, we have some major games today when it comes to postseason implications. And if you are betting on baseball today and you like parlays, might as well use the MLB Parlay Boost token. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits only at BetMGM. All right, so let's get to the slate, and let's start with the big one, at least in my opinion. Tigers Guardians. The Tigers minus 150, and probably one of the best prices you will get with Tariq Skubal pitching on the mound that you'll probably see all season long. Tariq Skubal 13-5 this year with a 2.23 ERA. Cleveland plus 125, but they are the hotter team in this equation. They are 9-1 in their last 10 games and sit one game back for the Tigers in the AL Central. Gavin Williams gets the ball for Cleveland. He's 11-5 with a 3.06 ERA. And Jenks, my first thought was like, you just play it under. It's a meaningful game, two good pitchers, but the total is 6.5. So where do you go from here?
I want to play a first 5 under at 3.5, minus 125. And I honestly think it's a good bet. You can play a first 7 if you want. Under 5.5 is minus 160, but that's too juicy for me. Ultimately, I just love this pitching matchup. And Skubal is Skubal. We know that. Also, the Guardians cannot hit him. They cannot. He has made 3 outings against Cleveland this year. That's a total of 22 innings. They have scored 1 run against him. And then Gavin Williams at home this season, 6-2 with an ERA of an even 3. He faced the Tigers last time out, gave up 1 run. No, I take that back. Shutout baseball over 5 innings. Scattered 3 hits. The Tigers are a top 10 team in the first 5, but a lot of that is skewed towards the beginning of the season when they were just playing like gangbusters. That has not been the case during this losing streak. And Cleveland is a bottom 5 team in the first 5 this season. So I'm going to go first 5 under 3.5.
It's honestly surprising to me that you get 3.5 in the first 5 innings.
Yeah.
Because, if it's 6.5 for the full game and you have the better pitchers going in the first 5 innings, I'm not saying the bullpens are terrible. I'm just saying you have a Cy Young candidate, going for you on one side of the equation, and you get it at minus 125. I think that's definitely the play in this one, especially with both these offenses. Like Cleveland, as hot as they have been, still have the 3rd worst WRC plus in baseball over the last month. So maybe it's a little different over that 10-game sample size, but still, it's not a team that's going to wow you with their power. They are more of a team that, hits for average, and they don't have a ton of power. And then Detroit, they're sitting in the bottom 10 as well, and they have just been pedestrian across the board. And that is why they have gone 1-9 over their last 10 games. So as opposed to trusting the offense of the Tigers, which I know would be an easy case to make, say this is a meaningful game, and this team needs to win it. But I think you need to be careful when you use that type of theory in betting.
Yeah.
Because look at all these other games. Do you think they wanted to lose 9 of their last 10 games? So you could say this is a desperation spot, but the Guardians are feeling great right now. And sometimes that's just how baseball works, is sometimes momentum matters a lot.
Oh, 1,000%. So I would not want to lay $150 with the Tigers right now, even with Skubal, because if you're playing bad baseball, and you're taking on a team in the Guardians playing its best baseball of the season, this is not the time to lay that kind of number. I understand why it's juiced that way, but if you want to put a sprinkle, I just don't like a side. I was going to say if you want to put a sprinkle on the Guardians, I don't mind it, but I don't want to fade Scooball. This is one of those where I just think find a way to play an under. That's the way to go here.
Yeah, and especially with meaningful games. Like if this full game total was like 8, I would go full game here. Just because you know they're going to be using their best arms out of the bullpen because this is such a meaningful game. And when games have more meaning to them and it feels like a postseason game, that's when games feel tighter. And I feel like those games kind of trend towards unders. All right, so another meaningful game today, at least for one side of the coin, as we talked about the Reds earlier. And right now they're sitting with, I believe, the 3rd wild card spot in the National League. So this is, important games down the stretch as they're tied with the Mets in the standings. But I believe they have the head-to-head tiebreaker here. But again, if they lose this game and the Mets win theirs, we have a different equation here. And they do get the Pirates today, who are not a good team. You get the Reds at -160 today behind Brady Singer, who's 14-10 with a 3.86 ERA, total of 8.5 runs here. Pittsburgh, if you're interested, is +135. I will say this, Johan Oviedo has not been terrible this year. 2-0 with a 3.52 ERA. Jenks, do you put your money on the team that has more to play for here?
Hell yeah. You have to. Shop around. I did. You got the Reds on the money line at -154. I think it's a great price. And I think a lot of people are going to be on the Reds today. I think this price is going to go up and up. And Oviedo has been good. There's no question. I think he might be due for a touch of regression. Gave up 4 runs in 5 innings last time out to the Cubs. But he could pitch well, and I still think the Reds can win this game by virtue of just how they're playing. Brady Singer has been great at home, 8-4, an ERA of 3.07. And really, this is about the Reds needing to win this game, right? Just like when you look at the Tigers and Guardians, and that's going to be managed very tightly because every run will matter. That game matters. This game matters for Cincinnati. The Bucs season is over. We know that. Pirates are also 23-52 on the road, so give me the Reds on the money line.
Yeah, I think that's the way you go in this one. The better offense in this one, Brady Singer's pretty solid pitcher. And you also factor in the Pirates bullpen, and it's not been good. So even if Oviedo is good in the first 5 innings, I still think the Reds are the play in that one. All right, so free roll here, Jenks. Where do you want to go next?
I'm going to play Royals and Angels, and I'm going to go, right now it's set at 8.5. I'm going to play it down to 8 and hit the over. It's already going to 9 in some spots. I loved this yesterday, so it was fun to wake up this morning and see where the money is going and see other people and what they're playing. I don't consider myself some sort of expert handicapper, but of course, today before I'll look and say, I think this is the right side. And when you see all of the other factors the next morning aligning with that, it makes me feel like, all right, this is the right call here. You got Cole Reagans going for the Royals. You have Sam Aldeguerri going for the Angels. And Reagans is finally back from rehab, but he's not going to go long in this game. He'll be on a pitch count just like he was during his previous start. And he's been the same pitcher we've seen all season. Big name, but an ERA over 5. Sam Aldeguerri is an absolute baby. So still getting his feet wet in the majors. Pitched 2.5 or 2 1/3 shutout innings against the Red Sox in his debut. 5 earned in 2 innings in his second start. But he's got the worst bullpen behind him in the American League. And not only that, like if you look at the final scores when these two pitchers generally take the mound, they're just over. I think we see another one out in LA, so I'm going to go over 8.
I would not have expected you betting on that game, so I'm glad I asked. All right, so I kind of threw out the narrative like, okay, are we backing teams that are still playing meaningful games? So one of those on the card today that we don't have a pitcher who is listed just yet. The Mariners are -235 against the Rockies. I know you love fading the Rockies. That could be an option there. Or you could look elsewhere on the card. And the Padres clinched last night. So I know there were celebrations at hand. And sometimes this can be an angle in betting as well, as sometimes the team is a little hungover. So the Brewers and Padres face off today. They went extra innings last night. You get the Brewers at -102. That's another option. Or you could go, how about this one? I considered the Rangers today at -145, but I don't love trusting Patrick Corbin. I still think that there is a place deep inside me that says, Chelsea, do you want to put your hard-earned money on Patrick Corbin? But, like, the Twins are not a good team. And, like, we faded them. So I don't know about that. Mets and Cubs is interesting. The Cubs minus 120. They're still fighting, for a wild card spot. David Peterson and the Mets. This is a really meaningful game for the Mets as well, because if they win this one and the Reds lose this game, they are now sitting in the pole position for the final wild card spot. So the Mets are even money today. Cubs at home behind Cade Horton. This is a good pitching matchup. Maybe you could spin this one towards an under. Is there a play you like in Cubs and Mets?
I would lean the Cubs on the money line. I like Horton a little bit better here. I would advise you against betting on Patrick Corbin. But he hasn't been terrible this year. I mean, he lasted 1 inning last time out against the Marlins, gave up 2 earned runs, 3 runs total. He actually has been pretty good this year for Patrick Corbin, right? He's 7-10,
Yes.
4.33 ERA. Yeah, the bar is low, but I just know if I trusted him in this spot, then he would give up 6 runs in a third of an inning. So I'm not going to do that. I really wanted to bet Rockies Mariners because they had a couple pitchers worth fading yesterday, but then those pitchers have now been scratched. We don't know who they're going to go with today. But I think those are probably the only bets I have on the card. But if you're asking me about Mets and Cubs, I would probably lean Cubs at home with Horton on the mound, who's been really good.
Yeah. Some other ones just to throw out there. I know you're not betting on them. The Astros, they need to win games if they want to be in the postseason. They're going to pick them against the A's today, but it's Christian Javier who has a limited sample size this year just because he's been hurt. But he's kind of been all over the place. And I understand that the A's are kind of a scrappy team at home, but still, it would be wild to me to see a postseason without the Astros. So it just feels like somehow they sneak in there. Maybe today is one of those wins for the Stros. Coming up next, we switch gears back to football. Time to play Who Ruins My Teaser? It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike
Please.
Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's
Yes.
way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It wasn't catchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn's.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, it's off and running and caffeinated here on this Tuesday morning. Tuesday on the show means the one thing for me. It is a teaser Tuesday. And I understand some people are like, teasers? Why don't you just play games normally? No, I love teasers. I love betting on teasers and the NFL. Of course, you do not bet on teasers in college football. Points are not at a premium, and these lines aren't quite as sharp. But in the NFL, these have been pretty good to me. So this past week, we did not win because there were some blowouts. Looking at you, Bengals. Come on, man. Should not be getting blown out by 40. But Jenks, I am optimistic about this week's teaser. But before we dive into teaser territory, I wanted to talk about this story because it just feels so on brand for college football. Okay, so the latest college football drama is that Lane Kiffin's daughter hard launched her relationship with Whit Weeks, who plays for LSU, the week before Ole Miss plays LSU. She had to know what she was doing here. Like when your dad coaches Ole Miss, you're like, hey, I think there might be a game this week. Oh, yeah, my boyfriend told me about it. What do you think the goal was here? Do you think she was trying to stir the pot against her dad? Do you think this just happened to happen this week where she's like, oh, now is the time to hard launch my boyfriend on Instagram? But there's definitely a lot of people who are floating around this picture. And I will say for once, it's not Lane Kiffin himself who is at the heart of the drama. It's his daughter.
Oh, this is 1,000% on purpose. Otherwise, we're probably not talking about it today. She knows exactly what she's doing. You brought it up because why? Because it's the week before LSU. It's the perfect time to get people discussing it. It's like, why now? Why not wait a week? Why not a few weeks earlier? She knew exactly what she was doing. This is the perfect way to get some run.
That, or maybe she's like the ultimate team player for the family, and she's getting like inside info for Whit Weeks, right?
Maybe
like,
that's it.
Wouldn't that be like a plot line of like Game of Thrones? But I don't know what type of inside information you're going to get from like a defensive player.
Yeah.
Because like he's not going to have like the playbook, you know, lying around. Mm-hmm. But I will say this. Whit Weeks was featured on the SEC Untold or whatever the name was on the Netflix show. And he is a very telegenic guy. And like, he does feel very charismatic. And he's also, one of the best linebackers on LSU. So I see what Landry Kiffin sees in him, but still it is definitely an interesting choice of significant others.
Well, good for them. I always wonder how much of this is real love and how much of it is one big ploy, one big grift over time. But you know what? You never know. If they're happy, then I wish them the best. Maybe it's one big coincidence. I don't want to be a curmudgeon, but also I always raise an eyebrow at the timing.
Yeah. I mean, they're both good looking. So, it's not out of the realm of possibility for me to think that, she likes him. Because, again, he's telegenic. He has some charisma. And also, a great storyline there with him and all of his brothers at LSU. So I wonder if she's going to wear one of those, house divided shirts that I hate so much. One half Ole Miss and one half LSU. That might be, the first version of that shirt that anybody's had, because I don't know if there's any family that divides between LSU and Ole Miss, but I could be wrong. All right, it's time to get into it in the NFL. I said I love my teasers, so let's look at my favorite teaser legs for this week.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, it's time to play Who Ruins My Teaser. And here's how the game works. I'm going to give you my teaser legs, which if you're new to betting, here's how it works. You get 6 points in your favor. The goal of this is to go through as many key numbers as you possibly can. I am partial to picking underdogs in this because I do think, if a team is getting a couple points and they have a chance to win, I like it a lot more if they're getting 8.5 or 9 points and you go through a bunch of key numbers. So let's start with this one. This is not my favorite option, but it's one of the teaser legs. But the Steelers plus 8.5 in Ireland against the Vikings. So the Vikings are favored here, but it is an overseas game. And I do think sometimes there is some chaos, but usually that would lend itself towards the underdog. I don't think I'm buying into the Vikings. I know they just had that huge blowout win over the Bengals, which ruined last week's teaser. But Jenks, I don't see the Vikings ruining this week's teaser. So the Steelers are in at plus 8.5. Next up, we're going to go Bucks plus 9 at home against the Eagles. What scares me about this one is the fact that we haven't seen one of those dominating wins from the Eagles just yet. But the Bucks are one of those teams in the NFC that I feel like are quiet contenders that nobody ever wants to give any credit to. So I think they can keep it within 9 points, especially the way the Eagles offense is looking right now. Next up, we're going to the revenge game of the week, the Packers at the Cowboys. So this line is 7. Packers laying 7 on the road in Dallas. We tease it down to Packers -1. That Cowboys defense is terrible. Plus Micah Parsons. That Packers team is going to try to win this one for him. And I don't think they really need extra motivation. They are the much better team, and I think it's a buy low spot on the Packers, who just lost to the Browns. And then finally, this is, I believe, the Monday night game. The Jets plus 8.5 at the Dolphins. Do we think the Dolphins are going to beat anybody by 9 points? I think not. So there's your teaser. We got Steelers plus 8.5, Bucks plus 9, Packers -1, Jets plus 8.5. Jenks, who ruins my teaser?
The Vikings beating up on the Steelers. I think I love the other three. This one makes me nervous a little bit just because of the defenses involved. How good is that Steelers defense? Well, not very good. It's a bottom 5 defense. And then you look at the Vikings defense, you're talking about number 6 overall in total defense, so a top 10 defense. And so if you get that Viking defense balling out like it did last week, and Carson Wentz looked, pretty good. I know the Bengals are not great, but I think he can take advantage potentially of the Pittsburgh defense, which has not been great for most of the season, and maybe cover this number. That would be the only one I would raise an eyebrow at.
I just think it's one thing to blow out the Bengals with a backup quarterback, but it's another to blow out the Steelers, and especially in a game overseas. I think that's the equalizer for me is that, there are just more factors to, factor in for both sides. And so if you're giving me 8.5 with the Steelers, I do think they can keep it close. And plus, all of the trends for Mike Tomlin as an underdog. This is one of the most profitable angles, in the NFL for, quite some time. So when he's getting points, he's usually a good bet. So if he's getting 8.5, I think that is a solid bet. But let me ask you this. I had some close calls for teams that could have made this. So you tell me if I take the Steelers out and maybe put another team in. Because the one that I thought about, and this is a tough one, the Chiefs are getting 2.5 points at home against the Ravens. So if you put them in a teaser, they're getting 8.5 points at home against the Ravens. Do we put this one in instead?
No, I like the Steelers one instead because I like your Tomlin as an underdog angle. I think I'm a little skittish on the Chiefs because I just don't know. What do I know about the Chiefs? I don't know anything. Like, they lost to good teams. Their
defense is good.
Their defense is good, but also, yeah, they've lost to 2 good teams. They beat the Giants, and the Ravens could come out with their hair on fire this week. Can they slow down a team like the Ravens? I don't know. So that would just give me pause on the Chiefs because I haven't quite figured out who Kansas City is yet.
Yeah, but I think on the other side of the coin, I don't trust the Ravens to hold a big lead because, like, the main thing that stops the Ravens is the Ravens. So
yeah, true.
I think if this game, I think the best bet in this game is the Ravens maybe in the first half, but I do think the Chiefs can maybe, slow the game down and keep things close. So I think that's a good option as well. It's not going to make it into the teaser, but it definitely crossed my mind. How about this one? Because I feel like at some point the bubble is going to burst on the Colts, but this week they're getting 3.5 points on the road at the Rams. So in a teaser, they would be getting 9.5 points. It feels almost too tempting, right? Like, at some point the Colts are not going to have a great game. Like, it's just how the NFL works. But right now, like, 9.5 against the Rams, like, that one almost made it too.
Yeah, I grabbed that. Colts are a good football team. And Shane Steichen has done a really nice job. And, the Rams back home, it's a tough loss against the Eagles. I just don't know if they're that much better than the Colts. And at some point, the Colts are going to revert to the mean a little bit. They're just not going to continue this trek. I think they've been overperforming. They are a well-disciplined, a well-coached team. Indiana Jones looks great. So if you're getting 9.5 with the Colts, that seems like a lot of points. Yeah, I'd be on Indy there. I like that a lot.
I don't know. Beating up on the Titans, it's not. Oh, my earring just fell. But I do think that, like, they can keep it within the realm of 9.5. But again, like, it's one of those instances. And here's the thing that I think goes against the Rams. And I remember this was a trend a while back with the Niners, back when the Niners were, like, absolutely dominant and beating people by, like, 14 points in the regular season games. It is really difficult the week after you play a team like that just because they are so physical. So I think we can kind of apply that to teams who play the Eagles this year, right? Like, one of the most physical teams in the league. So the week after the Rams play a team like the Eagles, I think physically that is really tough to recover from.
I think so too, and I think that's something that maybe goes underanalyzed when you're looking at handicaps. I mean, it's a physical league, but that's why short weeks versus long weeks matter. So that's part of the equation. When you're looking at week-to-week bets, and also, did we get beat up? Did we play a physical game? And there's no way you go 4 full quarters against the Eagles and you don't get beat up a little bit, because where's their strength? It's right there in the trenches on the offensive and defensive lines.
Yeah. The more I look at the slate, like, I had trouble, like, limiting this teaser to, like, 4 legs. Because there's teaser legs all over the place. Like, just the way the numbers are this week. I know you're super high on the Chargers. The Chargers laying 6 on the road at the Giants. You get them down to 1.
Nice.
Do I have this too?
The only thing that I would say is I don't know what's going on with the Giants quarterback situation. But also, look, Russ can still ball. I know everybody wants to look at the last time they saw him against the Chiefs, and he's throwing these moon balls out of the end zone. But he also put up 400 yards against the Cowboys 2 weeks before. Could they go with Jackson Dart? They don't have a lot of film on Dart, and maybe he comes out and he balls out in his first ever appearance. I sort of feel like maybe there's too many variables there, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think it would be a really bad matchup if it is Russell Wilson, because the Chargers are really good at limiting the big play. And, like, that's the one thing that keeps Russ in the game is the moon ball. So I think that would be a tough matchup if it is Russell Wilson. Maybe I'll just play a super teaser and have like 15 legs. We'll see. Coming up next, hour 3 of the show, we'll start off with the biggest headlines coming out of last night's Lions win over the Ravens. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they want to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes.
Fold.
He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, what we saw on Monday Night Football as the Lions run over the Ravens. In 20 minutes, we're going to find out how Baltimore is feeling this morning when we bring in Tim Barbalace, our good friend from 105.7 The Fan in Charm City. Best bets. Donkster coming your way in 40 minutes, as we usually do here on the show. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you want to do so, we make it easy for you. You can go to BallySportsLive.com, download the Bally Sports Live app, or you can find us on DirecTV, YouTube TV, and Amazon Prime. So let's waste no time and get into what we saw last night in Charm City, where the Lions down the Ravens 38-30. The Lions getting 4.5 points. The Lions plus 195 on the money line. Total at BetMGM set at 53 and a hook. Opened at 52.5. Went up to 54 by kickoff. It is the over that hits. Jared Goff gets it done for Detroit, going 20 of 28, 202 yards, and his touchdown in the third.
St. Brown in motion. Goff for St. Brown. He is there, and he's got it. Touchdown, Detroit. What a throw and catch.
That is Joe Buck on ESPN. St. Brown, 7 receptions, 77 yards in that score. But this really was about the Lions' ground game, and that's exactly where they put it away.
Now Montgomery, he's going to break. David Montgomery is in for the touchdown.
Knuckles getting into the end zone. Montgomery, a huge game. 12 carries, 151 yards. 2 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs, 22 carries, 67 yards. Also a couple of touchdowns. The Lions score on drives of 98 and 96 yards. They bully Baltimore at the line of scrimmage, and they outrush the Ravens 224 to 85 on the ground. This was quite a win, quite a statement by the Lions after that disappointment in Week 1, Chelsea.
Absolutely. Going on the road to the Ravens and bullying them at home on the ground. This is not the game that I think a lot of people expected. I think a lot of people expected Jared Goff to have to throw the ball a bunch, but it wasn't the case because the run was working so well. And even in situations where the Lions had terrible field position, you say, okay, they're pinned, on their own 2, and how are they going to make it down the field? And then, Jahmyr Gibbs or David Montgomery breaks off a huge run, and all of a sudden they're back in the red zone. And also, they were better in that area as well. The Ravens, I feel like this is a story of missed opportunities in the red zone. Just 2 of 4 in the red zone as opposed to the Lions, who went 4 of 5. Some of those goal line stands are going to haunt, the Ravens in this one, because it just feels like these games are getting away from the Ravens in the second half. And it just becomes a storyline of, can the Ravens win big games against contenders in the NFL? And right now, I feel like Ravens fans are not feeling great about the potential of this team.
I think they're souring on John Harbaugh a little bit. And look, he's still one of the best head coaches in the game, but there's something about in these big matchups, as we've talked about, as we all know, he just can't get over the hump. And this is a guy that's won a Super Bowl.
Like, that's the crazy thing. But there's something about the Lamar, Jim Harbaugh, or John Harbaugh connection where in big moments they have faltered. And last night was another example of that. You go back to week 1 against the Bills where same thing, big lead, they give it up. Not all of that is on the offense. The defense has a lot to do with that as well. I don't know if it's a mental block. I don't know if it's coaching. I can't put my fingers on it exactly what it is, but whatever it is a thing, and it will continue to be a thing until they find a way to either hold on to these leads or win these huge games when they matter. And yes, it's week 3 of the regular season, but make no mistake, as far as regular season games go, this was a huge game because the Ravens were at home and they're hosting a team that potentially has the talent to win the Super Bowl. So once again, they falter when the lights are brightest.
Yeah, and it's becoming a trend because I understand you look at any other team, you're like, okay, their 2 losses are 2 really good teams, which is still true for the Ravens. But when your measuring stick is, hey, this should be a Super Bowl winning team. And I think, the questions about John Harbaugh are that we see with our eyes this offense that features Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. You say, how do you stop this offense? And then it just feels like the Ravens are the team that stops the Ravens offense in the red zone. I don't know if it's the play calling or what, but it's just, you see all the talent on this team and you think this team should win a Super Bowl and this team should be beating these teams. And the Ravens were favored in this game by 4.5 points. In fact, I think this line went to 5.5. And here's the thing for Dan Campbell. He has been very good in this spot. 16-4 against the spread now as a dog of 3.5 to 9.5 points. And that includes the stretch when the Lions weren't a good team. Because remember those early days for Dan Campbell, the Lions weren't good. So I guess maybe we should talk about the Lions. So Jenks, what are your reads on the Lions now? This was a statement win for them. And I think in the race for the NFC North, it feels pretty even to me. Like the odds don't implicate that.
Yeah.
The Lions are plus 200 to win the NFC North. The Packers look like a very good all-around team. And of course, they've already beaten the Lions this year. But I think we knew it might be a slow start for the Lions since they lost Ben Johnson and they lost Aaron Glenn. But now it feels like the offense is absolutely back to normal.
This just goes to show how reactions in week 1, week 2, even now, can be way overblown. Like one game against the Packers, and it was Green Bay's the team. It's over for the Lions. They miss Ben Johnson. Well, what have we seen from Detroit over the past few weeks? Just blowing out teams. Dropped 50 on the Bears, more than 50. Dropped 38 last night. And so let's give some credit to John Morton, who has stepped up in the absence of Ben Johnson. Certainly was a part of that staff last year. If you didn't know that Ben Johnson had left to be the head coach at Chicago, you would never know the difference in the past couple of games between last year and this year when it comes to the Detroit offense. They're still hyper-aggressive on 4th down. They were 3 of 3 last night. I love that throw from Jared Goff at midfield in the 4th quarter, finding Amon-Ra St. Brown. Perfect touch on that throw. Gutsy call. We saw the end around with Amon-Ra St. Brown and then the pitch to Jahmyr Gibbs to get in the end zone. They're just as creative as they've ever been. So I think it's time to throw out the window the idea that the Lions suddenly just can't run an offense because Ben Johnson is gone. This is a Lions team that is just as good as it was last year, and we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, they've scored over 80 points in the last 2 games.
Right.
I think we can throw that notion out the window, especially when you go against the Ravens, which I know they were missing some pieces on the defensive line, but I think the most impressive part was the way that they were able to effectively run the football, because that takes a lot of pressure off your passing game, and it just makes things work better. These things are complementary. And that was the difference for the Ravens, is that you would think with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry that this run game would be unstoppable, but it was. Only 85 yards on the ground for Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, and company. That is shocking.
That's the thing that got me, is that this was really about the Lions pushing the Ravens around. And yes, the Ravens weren't at full strength on defense, so they had a couple big names, at linebacker and defensive line out in this game. But still, there's no reason for that. If you're a football team, you pride yourself on being physical, right? Like no one's going to run over us. And all game long, it was pretty apparent the Lions are going to establish the run to set up the pass. And they just did it again and again and again. They put this game away with David Montgomery breaking loose on a 31-yard touchdown run. Like, this game was over. Don't just wake up and say, oh, it was a one-score game. Actually the Lions dominated this game late, and the Ravens got a junk touchdown. It went kind of back and forth, but the Lions were in control of this game. And I think moving forward, that's one thing the Ravens will have to look at, where they, on paper, improved themselves in the secondary, and they were a pretty good defense last year. They got better as the season went on, but now we've seen against the Bills, against the Lions, against high-powered offenses, you can have a lot of success against Baltimore.
Oh, absolutely. Is there a way to spin zone this for Ravens fans? Like,
Sure.
I guess you could say at least you're losing these games in September, because it used to be the Ravens were absolute juggernauts in September, and they were the regular season kings. And I think that's still kind of the case because they've played some good teams, but there's still plenty of time left in the season. I just think that there is that mental block of like, they can't win the big game. But again, this is a regular season game. It's September. If you're going to lose these games, might as well be now.
I think if you're the Ravens, you spin it and you say, okay, this is not where we want to be, clearly, but let's take a step back. We had that game against the Bills. We had it. We let it go. We should have won that game. And I know coulda, shoulda, woulda doesn't mean anything in the NFL, but they had that game, right? They played with Buffalo. Last night, they played with the Lions for the most part. So, if Derrick Henry gets into the end zone, stuffed 3 straight times right there at the goal line, if he doesn't fumble, and he's fumbled now in 3 straight games, which is not like him, if he doesn't commit that turnover, if he gets in, that changes the complexion of the game. I know that's football, but the Ravens have been right there against 2 exceptional teams. Like the Bills could make the Super Bowl and win it. They have the talent. The Lions could win the Super Bowl. They could win it. They have the talent. So you're losing, and you're being competitive with 2 teams who are 2 of the elite or more of the elite teams in the National Football League. And if you clean things up, maybe you win those games. Maybe you're 3-0. So I know the reaction is, oh my God, Baltimore again, but they're right there. The question is, can they get over the hump because they've been right there so many times? But I don't think it's as dire as it maybe feels this morning in Baltimore.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because, the thing is, they have a chance in all these games.
Yeah.
It's not like they're getting, their butts kicked against these teams, but they're not going to have much rest because next up, if they're worried about winning big games, they go on the road to Arrowhead, play the Chiefs next week, which I understand the Chiefs do not look like a great football team. But, if there is a mental block there and you're going on the road to a team that's beaten you plenty of times, there's another test right on deck.
It's going to be difficult, and also, I don't know what I think about the Chiefs. I'm fascinated to watch this game this weekend. How good are the Chiefs? We know they're good, but how good? And I don't know. I want to see them face another good team when they're at home and perform at a high level. They have a very good defense, but offensively there is a lot to be desired. Can they get things going against this Ravens defense? Maybe. It's going to be interesting. I think we'll have a better idea of who Kansas City really is after Sunday's game. When you look at the Lions, this is a team that I think now we are realizing, we maybe counted out the Lions way too soon. And if you look at the division odds, the Packers are minus money. You can get the Lions at 2-1 to win the division. So if you're looking at a pick that is price dependent, I feel like the Lions are worth a look right now because the Packers are banged up. They have a very good defense, could certainly win the division. But if you're getting plus money on Detroit at this point, I don't think that's a bad bet.
I don't think so either. And I think a lot of it depends on if you think this is a 2-horse race in the NFC North, which I kind of believe that it is. And so what you're paying for is if you think November 27th, the Packers and Lions game, where the Lions get this one at home, and, if this decides the division, you get the Lions at 2-1, especially when they get this game at home later in the season, which we've mentioned this before. I think the later we get in the season, the more that Detroit will be not losing their coordinators as much. Because sometimes it just takes, a game or two to recover from that. And we've already seen that with the Lions. So I think it is a good bet. I'm not sold on the Vikings. So I think the Lions at 2-1, pretty good odds to win the NFC North.
Yeah, I think so as well. And if you're looking at the overall odds at BetMGM, Lions 10-1 to win the Super Bowl, 5-1 to win the NFC, and again, 2-1 to win the NFC North. What is your take on Derrick Henry as a guy who has been so good for so long in the National Football League? He's only 31, which for a running back is, he might as well be in a senior citizens home, but he's fumbled in 3 straight games. He was great against the Bills, has sort of faltered over the past couple of games, and he said he was really frustrated with himself, and he doesn't quite know how to respond because this is not like him. You followed Derek for a long time, back in high school when he was with the Titans. Do you think he's washed, slowing down, or are we just like, hey, let's pump the brakes here?
I think it's September 23rd, and we need to pump the brakes a little bit. The fumbling obviously is worrisome because sometimes this can be a mental thing for guys. But Derrick Henry does not feel like a mentally soft person to me. But, like, when you look at running backs, like, look at the numbers that Saquon's put up this year, where he's had 46, 88, and 60 yards. Like, he hasn't had a monster game this year either, and he's running behind a better offensive line. So sometimes I think we have these high expectations where it's like, if Derrick Henry doesn't run for $150,
right,
is he washed? I just think the standards is set so high that sometimes it's tough to replicate.
I think that's exactly right. He's still Derrick Henry. I'm not going to lose my mind over a couple of performances that he would probably like to have back. Coming up next on the show, the Lions roar in Charm City. So where do the Ravens go from here? We're going to talk about it with Tim Barbalace from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. He's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having a meltdown.
Please be against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, like, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
The better angle here on the BetMGM Network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
the Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, find out how Baltimore is feeling this morning as the Ravens come up short against the Lions. We'll get immediate reaction from Tim Barbalace on 105.7 The Fan in Charm City. Chelsea, I just learned this during the break. It's a very exciting day there in Hendersonville because it's picture day for young Blake. And how are you going to keep her from picking out what she wants to wear today?
There's going to be some hard bargaining going on in her house because, she loves neon, she loves rainbow, she likes the most obnoxious clothes you can imagine. Do you ever see kids with obnoxious cartoon characters on their shirt and you're like, what an ugly outfit? That's what kids love. So I'm gonna have to bribe her with a toy or a treat or something, because she will not be wearing that type of outfit just for one day.
Do you think you're going to get some blowback here, some pushback? I mean,
yes.
I would imagine this is going to be a journey for you this morning.
I mean, it's a journey every morning. She's not a morning person.
Okay.
So even getting her out of bed, there's a lot of things I have to do. It's come on, little princess. And then it elevates to, you need to get out of bed now. Do you want me to take away all your toys? So
no, that's honestly, that's how I like to get out of bed. I like someone to say, come on, little princess. And I'm like, okay, let's go. No, it's such a nice way to
It doesn't work, though.
No, it never works.
It doesn't work.
It's well, how are Ravens fans feeling as they're waking up this morning after last night's loss to the Lions? Let's find out. Bring in Tim Barbalace, our good friend, the co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Tim, so let me just ask you, what's your initial reaction? You've been able to sleep on it a little bit. The Lions come in, they get the win. How you feeling?
It's definitely jarring. You do not see what the Lions did last night to the Ravens much at all, especially in primetime, because Lamar Jackson's record in primetime, John Harbaugh's record in home primetime games, it was 22-3 yesterday. Heading into yesterday, Lamar Jackson, he only had 2 losses against an NFC team. But I think the most shocking thing was the Lions were just flat out the more physical team. They whooped the Ravens' butt yesterday, and the rushing yards allowed, them going for well over 200 rushing yards. It was the third most rushing yards allowed in Ravens franchise history, 224 yards. And even though the game finished just an 8-point win for the Lions, it really felt a lot more. It felt like a lot more than that.
I think it's really tough for people to recognize or, look at this offense and say somebody is stopping Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. But it feels like in the red zone, like, I don't know what happens. Like, can you put words to it? Like, what happens to this offense? Like, I understand they still scored 30 points, and that is something. But, like, the weapons that you have on this offense, I still feel like there's some disappointment.
Yeah, for sure. And look, this was a really, really good red zone offense last year. They were first in the NFL, and last night they were 2 for 4 in red zone situations. And, of course, they had that fourth down situation where Lamar ended up fumbling. But I think someone that they really miss in those situations, those short yardage, is their fullback, Pat Ricard, who he's been out well over a month now, going back to training camp with a calf injury. And I think just having that kind of unicorn, 300-pound, basically extra offensive lineman. But look, something's off with Derrick Henry. I think you have to say that now, where last week you went against a really good Browns defense, and you can just ask the Packers about that from Sunday. But 3 straight games with a fumble for Derrick Henry is shocking. I think he had 3 fumbles all of last year, and it's hard to say that something like that isn't in his head. And 2 of those 3 fumbles against the Bills week 1 and last night coming in critical spots in the fourth quarter. So that's definitely a situation to monitor.
We're talking with Tim Barbalais, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. So, Tim, when you look at the 2 losses for the Ravens thus far, it's against the Bills, it's against the Lions. These are 2 very good teams, and certainly, you know, if 2 or 3 different plays go in a different direction, maybe we're talking about the Ravens being 3-0. Is that the right way to spin this, or do you have deeper concerns?
I think I definitely have deeper concerns, to be honest. Look, offensively, they're putting up points. They've scored 111 points, and the first team, that's the highest scoring output for a team with a losing record through the first 3 games of the season. But it's defensively, Jenks, where it's rough, man.
Yeah.
I remember coming on with you guys prior to the season where it felt like it would be different this year. Year 2 under Zach Orr, they added a lot in the secondary, and it just hasn't happened for this group. And to make matters worse, Nnamdi Madubuike, he was out yesterday with a neck injury, and I know he's probably not the biggest household name outside of Baltimore, but a really, really good defensive tackle who got paid a ton of money, $100 million contract, but there's fears with that neck injury that this could be a very long-term injury. And if he's out for a while, the pass rush takes a serious hit. You combine that with the fact that Kyle Van Noy, who led them in sacks last year, he's going to be out multiple weeks due to a hamstring injury. They got no pass rush last night. They got no pass rush on Josh Allen. They were able to get after Joe Flacco, but you know that he can't move at this stage of his career. I think the pass rush is a serious concern, and now you add to the fact that if opposing teams can run the football on the Ravens, it's shocking, because that's always a hallmark of this Ravens defense is stopping the run, and that's why what happened yesterday was just so surprising. They were the best run defense in football last year.
Yeah. So next week, another big game on deck. And I understand a lot of people are down on the Chiefs this year, but the Ravens go on the road to Arrowhead. What's the confidence level in that game?
It's hard to be super confident, to be honest, Chelsea, just because this Ravens team, they've struggled against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. They've only beaten Mahomes once. They have not won in Arrowhead. I know that it is a very vulnerable Chiefs team, and I know that this is not the high-powered offense, and they haven't been able to run the football at all this year, but it's hard to be uber confident given the history, given the fact that they're on this short week and they're beat up defensively. I think this offense is going to continue to score because that's all they have done these first 3 weeks, but it's It really is amazing, go back a few weeks, and if I would have told you, following week 4, one of the Chiefs or the Ravens will start the season 1-3, I would have said you're crazy.
Tim, just as a football observer, how impressed were you with the Lions? Because, of course, going into the season, it was they're going to miss Ben Johnson, but they certainly didn't look that way last night.
Super impressive. And I kept saying in the lead up into that game where I think we were going to learn a lot about these two football teams because they kind of mirrored each other in how they started the season. Lions had a really disappointing loss against the Packers week 1. Ravens had the fourth quarter collapse against the Bills. Then the Packers whooped up on the Bears. Ravens whooped up on the Browns. So you're still at the early stages of the season where you're still trying to figure out all of these football teams. And it really is a week-to-week league where last week, everyone's Packers, they're a serious Super Bowl contender. They lay an egg in Cleveland. And the Detroit almost seemed like an afterthought in that division. But then they have one of the more impressive wins of the weekend, talking about the Lions winning in Baltimore. I think this Lions team absolutely is legit. I was super impressed with their defense. They got after Lamar Jackson last night. I was seeing, Pro Football Focus, 30 pressures. That's hard to comprehend. 30 pressures against Lamar and the 7 sacks. That tied the most amount of sacks Lamar's been in a game. And that offense is loaded, man. They got weapons. Obviously, both those running backs are studs. Amon-Ra, he had a huge game last night as well. And Goff's a rock-steady quarterback. So it's hard to not come out of that game super impressed with the Lions.
I will say this. It leads to the Lions. You won't meet them until the Super Bowl, if that happens. How do you think the Ravens still stack up in the AFC? Because I will say this. The Bills are the favorite, and clearly the Ravens can go toe-to-toe with them. The Bills have some defensive concerns of their own. Is this still a Ravens team that can win the AFC? What the Ravens have in their favor right now is this. I'm not impressed with the AFC North at all. I think the Steelers are there. They have a very easy stretch in their schedule right now, and then it picks up later on. That offense is a mess. That defense still leaves a lot to be desired. Of course, Joe Burrow's out for the next 3 months, and they got destroyed against the Vikings. I still think the Ravens are absolutely the favorite to win that division for sure. In terms of the conference, and it does seem wide open at this point. You mentioned it, the Bills, they just went toe-to-toe with them in week 1. I think the biggest concern with this Ravens team, and it's the same exact thing that we were talking about last year through the first 10 games, they got to figure out a way to patch these holes on this defense. And if Nnamdi Madubuike is out for a really extended time, maybe the year, does this necessitate Eric DeCosta taking a huge swing at the trade deadline? I know we're still a ways away from that, but do they take a huge swing at the deadline to bring in a D lineman, a pass rusher, something to put them over the top? If they can right the ship with this defense, absolutely, they can go as far as they want to go, because this offense is absolutely legit. But this defense, they need to be better, and they need to force more turnovers. That was a huge goal of theirs throughout the offseason. They talked about it ad nauseum, and they forced 2 turnovers against the Browns, but against the Bills and the Lions, 0.
Tim, before we let you go, which team has surprised you for better or for worse after 3 weeks?
I think you got to be impressed with the Colts, right? I remember filling in on a BetMGM show during training camp, and we were previewing the Colts. And looking at their roster, it's a pretty good roster, but it was all going to depend on the quarterback play, right? And at that time, you didn't know if Anthony Richardson would start, Daniel Jones starting now, and they've been really, really good. And with the Texans starting 0-3 in that division where the Colts are 3-0, they're firmly in the driver's seat right now early on in September. And Daniel Jones has been playing really well. Jonathan Taylor is off to a fantastic start to the year. I think the Colts have been really impressive.
You can check him out as co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Also does work here on the BetMGM Network as well. It is our good friend Tim Barbalace. Tim, we always appreciate the time and insight. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
Well, it's good to hear from someone like right there in the heart of it, waking up right there, covering the Ravens fans. And I sort of understand that frustration. I feel like things aren't as bad as maybe they seem if you're a fan of Baltimore, but you're just kind of tired of seeing this.
I think it's just tough because you have such high expectations, and you see the talent level on that team, especially on the offense, and you say to yourself, this is a team that should be contending for a Super Bowl every single year. So it's just tough when the expectations are that high. And granted, we're in September right now, and they have played some really good teams. So I don't think all hope is lost. It's just, we have seen this script before where Ravens fans get their hopes up only to lose in these big time games. So at some point, maybe you think that trend changes.
Yeah.
But again, it has to be really frustrating.
It's interesting too, because I don't think any major changes are going to be made because John Harbaugh is still a very good head coach, but whatever it is, there seems to be something missing in the dynamic to help a very talented team kind of take it to the next level. Andy Reid dealt with this forever in Philly, and it's not the same because John Harbaugh has already won a Super Bowl, but it was like, you can only get to a certain point and you can't break through. And I feel like after winning a Super Bowl, sort of John Harbaugh's fallen back to that kind of narrative.
Well, and also it's a zero-sum game. And most of the time, they're ending their season at the hands of the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. Chiefs are a dynasty. So it's just one of those things where you look at all these great quarterbacks and somebody's the odd man out. Like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, none of them have a Super Bowl.
That's true. Coming up next on the show, back to the diamond we go on this Tuesday since we don't have any football tonight, but which teams, which plays are getting our cash. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Got our best bets. Got the Dogster ready to go. We're coming back on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? Like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo, and I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No. This is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, You can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn.
No!
Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But, we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been
that sucks.
the better angle here on the BetMGM network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday. It's only Tuesday. Bummer. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. God, I tell you what, Chelsea. I have no idea what is in store for me today, because normally I go home and it's, I make some breakfast, watch a little Law and Order, fall asleep, which I always do. But yesterday, the lovely Catherine came home and she was super stressed out, and she works all the time. As I always say, I work hard, she works harder, and she was so stressed out. And I was like, why don't you just take a day off? You could use a mental health day. You're always working. You said you don't have any meetings tomorrow, which is a rarity for you. Everyone in your department takes days off on not a regular basis, but you haven't taken any days off. Just give yourself a day of rest. She was like, yeah, I think I will. Seriously, do it. You work all the time. And she's like, I will. And I was like, okay. And then I'll get home tomorrow around 9:30-ish. What do you want to do? She's like, I don't know. Maybe I want to go to Target. I was like, okay. Maybe we get coffee in the morning. I was like, well, we can do that. She was like, okay, but maybe get in the hot tub. I was like, well, yeah, we could do that too. I don't know. I might want to take a Pilates class. I was like, okay. So I have no idea what the day is going to throw me, but it could be a mishmash of all sorts of things.
I think that's the tough part of people who have very busy schedules is that you're so used to being busy that when you have a day off, you don't know what to do with it.
1,000%.
Because Jake always asks me, he's like, you always complain about like not doing anything fun for yourself. Because I don't. Like, I'm always carting people around. But then he's like, well, let's do something fun today. What's something fun you want to do?
Yeah.
And you're like, well, I don't know.
Right.
You know, when you have the opportunity, you don't
Yeah.
even know what to choose because it has been so long since you do like fun things, and especially on weekdays. Like, what's the ceiling for like fun activities in like the window of like a Tuesday afternoon? You know, it's not like you can go on a trip or
Right.
something. So like going to Target does sound nice, and like that's you
Yeah.
know in the ballpark of like what I would do with the day off if I ever had one.
I think that's what we're going to do. My gut is I'm going to get home. I think she's going to sleep in. And so I'll probably crawl back into bed. We'll probably just chill till like 11, then wake up. Then I think we go get coffee. We mosey to Target. We come back. We watch a little bit. I work on the show for a couple hours. And then maybe we get in a hot tub, something like that, call it a day. I think we'll narrow down the number of activities and then go for it. But it should be a pretty good day. I'm excited for her. I'm just going to be, hey, you tell me what you want to do, and we're going to do it.
I think some days you need just days to not have things on the schedule.
Yeah.
Like you need days for your brain to just be like, hey, I don't need to have like a itinerary for this day, where you can just relax for a second and you don't have to be somewhere. But let me float this idea. And like this has been, you know, something I've been thinking about is, do you guys decorate for fall or Halloween?
Oh.
Because as a housewife, you know, I've been thinking, I think it's time. I think the last week of September is when you put your Halloween decorations up. Because, like, think about it. If you go all out, like, that's only like a month. And then, of
That's
course, as soon as Halloween is over, you know Christmas is lurking around the corner. So I think we'll be decorating for that soon. So do you guys decorate for fall, or is it just Christmas?
Mainly Christmas. But what we will do, which we have to get on, is we have to decide what we're going to dress for Halloween. How we're going to dress for Halloween. Yeah, that's a big deal for us because we always go out every Halloween. We always dress up in pretty intricate costumes. So, you know, sort of along those same lines. I mean, it's going to be here in about a month. We got to figure that out. So that's something we'll probably discuss today as well. What will they discuss on Bet Sweats? Joe O, Sammy P. They're going to react to what we saw last night in Charm City. Lions and Ravens to look at early Heisman odds. Michael Felder joins the show at 10 o'clock to talk college football. And then Will Brinson from CBS Sports will join at 11 for more pro football. Coming up on this show tomorrow on the Daily Tip, Doug Bell, our good friend from CBS Sports, will join at 8 o'clock to preview the Ryder Cup. That should be exciting. And Michael Robinson, Super Bowl champion, 2005 Big Ten Co-Offensive Player of the Year at Penn State, will join us at 8:20 and help us preview Penn State and Oregon, a massive game this weekend in college football. Okay, our bets are set. Got the cards ready to go, so let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, a couple squad plays, which I like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm going to be betting on one of the most meaningful games on the slate today between the Tigers and the Guardians. If you didn't know, the Tigers are in danger of absolutely blowing it in their division because they only have a one-game lead over the team they're playing today, and that is the Guardians. But luckily for the Tigers, they've got their ace on the hill in Tariq Skubal, who has been very good against the Guardians. So the play that I'm going to make here is not banking on a cold Tigers offense. I'm going to bank on both of these starting pitchers to be really good because we have seen this in this matchup. So I'm going to go first 5 under 3.5 runs for -125 because both of these pitchers have good numbers overall, but even better numbers against this specific team. You look at Gavin Williams for the Guardians, 11 shutout innings over 2 starts against the Tigers. You look at Tariq Skubal this year against the Guardians, 22 innings, only 1 run against the Guardians this year, including a complete game shutout. So the fact that you get a 3.5 in the first 5 innings between two teams who are in the bottom 10 of WRC plus in offense over the last month, I think this is a bargain, especially when the full game total is 6.5. So first 5 under 3.5 runs between the Guardians and the Tigers.
All right, I will be on that as well. Also taking the Reds on the money line. We shopped around, found it at -154, hosting the Pirates. And this is a very good pitching matchup. I would maybe lean towards the under, but I just like the Reds on the money line instead. And this is really about what Cincinnati is playing for, which is trying to hang in the wild card hunt. You have Johan Oviedo going for the Buccos. He's been very good, made some money on him this season. But I do think he could regress here. Gave up 4 runs in 5 innings to the Cubs in his last start. Brady Singer gets the call for Cincinnati. Allowed 4 earned runs over his last 17 and 2/3 innings, struck out 15 during that time. He's 8-4 at home this season, ERA of 3.07. And again, the Reds need this to stay in the wild card race. Season is over for the Buccos. Pirates are 23 and 52 on the road this season, straight up. Let's go Reds on the money line.
Yeah, I like that one as well. For all the reasons you mentioned, and shout out to you for finding the best price available. I think it's -160 at MGM. But for good reason. The Reds still have something to play for. They've been good at home this year, 44 and 34. Meanwhile, you look at the Pirates away from home this year, 23 and 52. So not a good team to back on the road. So I'll be with you on the Reds.
One more play. I'm going to go Royals, Angels over 8. I'm going to play it down from 8.5. If you want to play it over 8.5, that is just fine. You don't want to lay the juice. I get that. We're seeing some 9s in some places. Cole Reagan's going for Kansas City. Sam Aldeguerri going for the Halos. I wish I could find someone else on this game, but I like it. Here's the thing. Cole Reagan's back from rehab, but he is essentially the same pitcher we saw earlier in the year, right? ERA over 5. He's not going to go long because they want to keep him healthy. So then you get to that Royals bullpen, which is meh. Okay. Aldeguerri has been, well, he's been a rookie in the majors. He's gotten roughed up. In his debut, went 2.5 shutout innings or 2 1/3 shutout innings against the Red Sox, then gave up 5 earned in his second start in just 2 innings. So he will not go long in this game. Behind him is the worst bullpen in the American League. And this isn't the most scientific way to bet, but if you look at when these individual pitchers have taken the mound, all we see is just these run-scoring, events where, look at Reagan's in his last 4 starts. Final score of 10-1, 10-3, 7-5, 7-5. Aldeguerri in his last 2, 11-9, 13-1. So, again, that's not necessarily something that ends up being something that you follow trend-wise, but there's no question that there's a lot of run support and a lot of runs given up whenever these two guys are on the mound. So I'm going to play this down to 8 and go over 8 out in L.A. between the Royals and the Angels.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you factor in the bullpens of these teams, because think about it. We are deep in September. You are pulling all the depth that you can muster. So it's a lot of young guys coming up from AAA, and, they're just thrown into the mix. So when you're talking about games that don't mean anything, it's just, guys that probably should still be in AAA. And that's why you mentioned the numbers for the Angels bullpen have not been good.
Yeah, and, a lot of pitchers this time of year, a lot of franchises are trying out some of these younger arms, just trying to get them some run, get them some experience. And this is one of those situations where I think you can take advantage of that. See a lot of people on Kansas City on the money line. I get that, but I like the over instead. Before we get to Sammy P, let's bring in the Donkster. He's ready to go. Donkster, get on in here.
Good morning. This segment is brought to you by Moby Dickies in Hendersonville, Tennessee, where Natalie works the afternoon shift and the fish spread is always $11.95.
Are you back on this again?
I wish I were back on Natalie.
Oh, whoa. Hey, Donkster,
boy.
let's not do that.
Her favorite meal is the Wham Bam Shrimp.
That doesn't make you sound very good. Yeah, that sounds good, though.
And tell him the Donkster sent you.
Okay. We'll do that. Do you have a bet?
Cubs, money line, -120, hosting the Mets.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Oh, how long have you been gambling? A day? Coming up next on Bad Sweats, there's our guy. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, ready to go. Sammy P. Good morning, buddy. How are you?
Wham Bam Shrimp.
Well, I think it's like Bam Bam Shrimp. Like, doesn't everybody have their own spin on that, but they can't call it Bam Bam Shrimp? So I'm sure that's what that is.
Wham Bam.
All food. I'll send you a screenshot. It's all food. I've seen this new thing, orange chicken fries. They look outstanding.
Oh, those sound good.
This is not a part of my algorithm. I wish it was. My algorithm, unfortunately, is because I have a lot of friends in the media business. It's like, oh, she likes attractive sportscasters. So it's like, no, I'm heterosexual. These are just my friends. So I would rather have the food algorithm.
Oh,
it's all food with the occasional, screen cap of Jenks. Just, with his mouth open.
Mouth wide.
Losing a bet.
They're never good. Losing is just like, oh, it's a terrible look, and he lost all 4 bets. Hey, quick take on Lions-Ravens last. Are you over the Ravens?
I'm not over them. I was never on them. I don't trust the quarterback. I never have.
Well, I mean, can't deny what we saw last night. Under pressure, and once again, in a big spot, Ravens go down. Can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about it. Thank you, Sammy P. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and our entire fantastic crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
The Miami Dolphins season is over. So I don't know why we're doing this. The season is over. Like I said, the team is 0-3. It ain't happening. And if they miss the playoffs, why wouldn't you fire the coach? like everyone's so cheery about Miami coming out of the game. Like Buffalo, we'll get into them a little bit later on because I wasn't that impressed by Buffalo. And I'm saying that as someone who's invested in the Bills to finally get over the hump. But I just could not believe, not just on the post-game show, on social media, waking up this morning, people talking about the Dolphins, be like, oh man, there's a lot to take away. Is this a turning point? Bro, there's no turning point. No, this is a dead end. The team is done. The season is over. They're not making the playoffs. You at home, you in your office, or you in your car, are you really interested in betting the Miami Dolphins to do anything this year? Because that's what we have to talk about on this show. All this, oh my goodness, look how well they played. Well, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is. Do you want to bet Miami to do stuff? Because right now, over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, the Miami Dolphins are plus 950 to make the playoffs. You interested? After what you have seen through 3 weeks, you interested in that? They're 80-1 to win the AFC East. Yeah, that's not happening. Their win total, for all of you who want to be optimistic after last night, the win total at BetMGM, 5.5. What are we actually talking about? This team is done. It's over. I'm not saying that they're not going to win some games. Of course they're going to win games. They're going to cover point spreads. They're going to be competitive in games. But in terms of them accomplishing what they wanted to accomplish in 2025, which was to make the playoffs after the way last year ended, it ain't happening. And if you want to bet it, you can get a damn good price, and you can be very, very rich come January, and I could be the person with the egg on my face. But deep down, all of you listening, watching, and whatever driving, you know that I'm right, that this team is finished for 2025.
Some Drake London props, some overs as well for his receiving.
Please.
I've been waiting for the Mike Evans.
Please.
Jake is watching the Oklahoma-Auburn game. And having
Please
a
be
meltdown.
against Auburn. No.
There is a flag. It's going to be against.
Now they're just going to kick, though.
Yeah, but isn't that good? You want the ball back if you're Oklahoma.
No, but that should have been, unless it's just, oh, wait, they could decline the penalty, right? Yes, please? Maybe? Yes? They might have blown it dead is the problem, because the play was dead beforehand.
I see. That would be a problem.
No!
Kenny, I've been waiting for Mike Evans to find the end zone.
Yeah, I think he gets in at home in the home opener tomorrow. He's way much better at home than he is on the road.
And I love Jordan Mason tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Minus 125 is very bettable for a running back who's going to get all the carries tomorrow with Aaron Jones out.
Yes. Fold. He's going to be the...
No!
Ooh. Flag.
No!
Auburn was throwing it deep in the end zone. It was way past the
Come on!
his receiver, but yet there is a flag on the play.
Uncatchable? Anybody?
It was uncatchable. Pass interference, and now Auburn. Jake, here, maybe you get some overtime. Maybe they missed the field goal, and there's still 7 minutes left in the game.
But we were so good. This has been the better angle.
And at that, this has been the better angle here on the BetMGM Network. He is Jake Hassan. I am Kate Constable. Thank you to Evan Giddings from 95.7 The Game for joining us. For Max, Kenny, Randy, everyone behind the scenes, appreciate it all. We will see you back here at the same.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
And touchdown Ravens, Bateman.
Of course, he got into the end zone. It's Tuesday. Good morning. Welcome into Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We're here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app. You can listen to the show on demand as well if you get busy at the gig or just life. The BetMGM Network on YouTube and Twitch. Bet_Sweats is where you can find us over on X. 20 minutes from now, we will break down our Heisman Watch. We do that every Tuesday morning. NFL futures, college football futures. We'll do that throughout the day. We like to do that on Tuesdays as well. Guest-wise, Michael Felder to talk some college football. Will Brinson to talk some NFL. We'll go over awards as well. And I'm looking forward to going a little bit more in depth about the life of our friend Dave Sharapan at some point today. I don't think that was what a lot of people were expecting. With the Ravens losing at home, 4.5-point favorites. That number was 6 earlier on in the week. The Bateman thing is just hilarious. Like, it's at a point, Sam, where I'm just like, it can't keep happening. It can't keep happening. But the number one play in the room, day in, day out, is a big fat loser. I was kind of joking when I said ladder Bateman. We had listeners and viewers that laddered Bateman. They're like, I got 3+, I got 4+, I got 5+ at really good prices.
It's on my timeline. It's in my direct messages. It's in my text. Our friend Mike Shope sent me a note. He's like, I went Bateman over on yards. It's taking over the world, the room, which is funny. I don't know that I ever envisioned it being this much fun and this sticky, I guess, because people are attracted to it. Mm-hmm. The number one bet in the room is my favorite thing when we find it out. And Paul read the prop and said, oh, it's Bateman under on catches. And you were first to say touchdown. So he scores the touchdown. I don't know if you did first touchdown like you were hinting at, but the anytime touchdown hit, he had 4 or 5 catches. No, he did have 5 because the ladder hit, right. Yeah. He had 4 in the third quarter and then got the 5th, I think, in the 4th, over on yards, over on receptions, catches the touchdown, and anybody holding an under 2.5 Bateman catch ticket probably knew they were cooked bright and early in that game.
Dead. Did Evans do that? Was he on under Bateman? I want to say I saw that somewhere. It's just like, nah, dude, just watch the room. That's it. That's all we got to do. Like, going through a rough patch, just go to the room. Go the other way. It's going to be fine. Yeah, that's our lead. The lead is the room. The room goes 1-4. Under 2.5.
I'm telling you, there's no need for a 3-hour show. We should just roll the room out. Wake up whenever we want. I know. Yeah, actually, quiet.
I know.
Quiet.
Yeah. Well, we got to talk for 3 hours, but like, really, this is it. Lightning Bets is the highest rated segment every day. Where's the room should be? Where's the room? Has got to overtake it sometime soon, you would think. Okay, so Bateman under hits. That's the most popular one. But this one is my favorite. This one is my favorite because D-Hop, 2 catches, 2 targets, 2 catches, 2 targets. Gets 2 targets last night. They bet over 1.5 receptions because it's D-Hop. Of course he can get 2 catches. He got 1.
Mm-hmm.
He got 1. So there's another loser. Goff, pass attempts over 34.5. We said, well, just bet the Ravens if you want to bet on the over. It all correlates. Lions win, he's going under. Lions won, he went way under that number. And then, another favorite, Flowers over 0.5 rushing yard, did not get an attempt. So those are your 4 losses in the room. And the winner was Gibbs over on receiving yards.
So the room went 1-4. More importantly, lost 3.7 units. And the room's NFL props this year in primetime games, 8-17, minus 12.5 units.
And college football is way worse.
Somehow.
It's outstanding, man. Outstanding. Did we learn anything about Detroit last night? We don't want to overreact to any small sample size. This is a team we're very curious about how they would come out. One bad loss, but maybe to a very, very good team. That's what it looks like early on. And then a couple of impressive wins. We are now talking about 90 points in the last 8 quarters of football out of this Detroit squad. Did we learn anything about Detroit going to Baltimore and winning 38-30?
They are streamlining their guys, which was talked about in the offseason. We had a Lions guest or two on. Will Brinson was on talking about the Lions, and we heard the common sentiment. There were a lot of people last year that thought Ben Johnson was a little too cute with Detroit. And I don't know that that's entirely fair because they had an outstanding regular season. And then in the playoff game, they fell behind and didn't know what to do because they didn't really trail in the regular season. They were just dominant. They fell behind against Washington, and then they emptied the clip and tried all the trick plays, and they didn't work for the first time basically all season. You didn't really see like crazy trick plays. I did like the double option that they did where they pitched it to the back and then the back pitched it to St. Brown. That was pretty cool. Or no, they pitched it to St. Brown and then he pitched it to Gibbs. I lose track. All the touchdowns last night, 68 points.
That's
cool. Who can keep track of all the touchdowns? Another over for the Ravens. That's 3-0 to the over now, by the way. But they hand the ball to Gibbs 22 times. He catches 5 balls out of the backfield. It's 27 touches for your best player. That's what you do when you have Jahmyr Gibbs. And then, oh, by the way, we're going to have David Montgomery carry it 12 times for 151 yards with that 72-yard rip late in the game. They ran for 224 yards. I think we knew the Lions had a really good offense. What I learned last night is that the Ravens' defense is a problem. And we've seen this in now 3 games. They fell apart in the fourth quarter against Buffalo, had a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter, lost it. You were in control last night for a lot of that game, give up 38 points at home in your building, where it used to be very difficult to go in there and score. And even Cleveland put up, relatively speaking, a decent point output in their game against Baltimore. They're going to have to win track meets until they shore this up. And their quarterback has proven that he can't win track meets. So what do you do? What's the answer? I saw the prop queen was into the wine last night. She doesn't have any answers. I don't know that anybody that roots for the Ravens can feel good about this. But yet, Joe, you look at the odds board at BetMGM. Bills have the best odds. Ravens have the second best odds. Are you betting the Ravens at plus 550 to win the Super Bowl watching that last night?
Of course not. Of course not. We have the sample size of years now of them putting together a great regular season record. Then come playoff time, you end up being disappointed if you're a Ravens backer. We'll check in with the Glass Man as well. We'll see where he's standing. Another big Ravens fan that we know. There's just no way around it. The Lions whooped the Ravens' ass. I know the final score goes down as a 1-score game, and it's going to fall into that bucket of 1-score games for both teams this year. They ran for 224 rushing yards. And to your point about the backs, they kind of flipped roles. Montgomery was the more explosive back last night, which is just wild to think with Montgomery and Gibbs. Don't forget about the 7 sacks. 7 sacks. Hutchinson all over the place. Another forced fumble on Derrick Henry in a big spot. Game tight. Ravens have the ball. And then boom, it kind of flipped right there. I know the 4th and 2 to St. Brown, that pass from Goff, terrific. Like, they were giddy in the booth. Wasn't Troy Aikman like giddy with that Goff pass? Like, he couldn't believe that he pulled that off to perfection, and he ends up doing it. 98-yard touchdown drive, 96-yard touchdown drive. I mean, we could go on and on. Facets of this game, how Detroit just straight up whipped their ass. And that's what that was. The injuries were a problem. Probably something we should have spent more time on yesterday. Detroit dominating in the trenches. And let's not forget Kyle Van Noy, too. One of their best linebackers as well. A big strength of that team. But a lot of it is a problem, man. So now you've got the Ravens. Here are the Chiefs. You got to go to Arrowhead. That was 3. After last night, they decided to make that 2.5 across the board. The Ravens are your road favorite, minus 2.5. I know that the Chiefs ran away with it at the end on Sunday Night Football, but I wasn't all that impressed with Kansas City in that game. And now we've got Detroit going back home. They're going to host Cleveland. They are a 9.5-point favorite this morning over at BetMGM. Let me ask you this, and I know weather is not an issue at this point yet. It's very nice throughout much of the country. Was not a problem last night. Do we overblow the whole Goff outdoors thing?
Maybe we do. I'd like to see it happen before we say that it's dead. In
bad weather.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to see him go into a game in snowy Philly or windy, snowy Green Bay. I'd like to see it. I think that would be nice. But I don't find myself, I'm going to answer this in a different way. Do not find myself, maybe hating is the wrong word. I don't find myself like thinking Detroit can't make a run this year. In fact, after week 1, when they lost to the Packers, they went out to 4-1, and we thought, man, that's a big adjustment after one game. They were 4-1 to win the NFC North. Now you look at the price there, 2-1, BetMGM. How about them being like 10-1 to win the NFC? Right back to where they started for the most part. BetMGM right now to win the NFC has Detroit 475. I'd bet that before I'd bet Philly or Green Bay. This team has really stuck to its guns, and they look for real. They do. I think they're going to gamble less too. I think somehow, like, I'm warming to Dan Campbell, which I never saw coming. Last year, I thought it was all smoke and mirrors. This year, I feel much differently. Like, I'm not rooting against the Lions. I think that they could actually make a run. I do.
Do you think the gamble was more Ben Johnson?
I don't know. Last year you just felt it wasn't real. And this year I don't feel that way. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it.
Detroit outgains Baltimore by 108 yards. They run for 224 yards on them. They go 4 of 5 in the red zone, and they don't turn the ball over. They played nearly a perfect game. I know they gave up 30 points. They played nearly a perfect game. That's how it felt. That was my takeaway. You mentioned the Lions 2-1. We have 3 teams that are 2-1 record-wise in the NFC North. Green Bay, your favorite. They're still odds on, minus 125 over at BetMGM. Tell you, man, just that Minnesota plus 550 really stands out. And it's going to be tough to beat both of these teams. But if you are looking for a value play, legit value play, I think that's where you have to go. And that's probably because we lost the value on Detroit. Like, you go back in time, you would love to have a 4-1 on Detroit to win the North. But this might be a division where we're going to see a lot of maneuvering week to week based on the most recent results.
And 3 teams are 2-1 now in that division. And Chicago's 1-2, and Chicago has a very winnable game against Vegas this weekend. So this will be a very fun division. Last year, we said it was probably the best division in football, and then they all got cracked in the playoffs. We'll see. We'll see what happens. That's what you need. You need to win playoff games. I did want to read you this tweet that I saw at 10:04 p.m. last night. Are you ready? Are you sitting down?
Yep.
You are sitting down because I see
I am
you.
sitting.
This is from Jason Lockenfora at 10:04 p.m.
This could be anything.
Lamar Jackson is the best player on the planet, and it's not even close. No, he's not.
Is this the last night after the game?
This is
Or
midway
during?
through the game, 10:04
During the
p.m.
game.
Mm-hmm. I've never felt that once in my life.
What? That had to be after a miraculous play or something. That's
I don't know.
Moment. That's insane.
I don't know. I've never
Not even close?
I've never trusted Lamar Jackson. I've also never seen him do anything in terms of second half performance to win a playoff game. That's a team that has never beaten Buffalo or Kansas City with this regime. And I'm sorry, what you do in the regular season doesn't matter to me. I need to see it in the postseason. And what I saw last night defensively puts even more pressure on a quarterback that's never met the pressure in the playoffs. It's a fascinating team right now. And here's the question. I think we know who the best team in football is as of right now. Buffalo. Who's the second best team in the league? Beats me.
I don't know, man. So we were talking, and we'll get into it with the futures, but that bucket of 4 teams, that conversation about how there was just this big separation, no. Detroit got a lot closer. They are closing that gap right now, and we wake up, they are the 5th favorite for the Super Bowl. More on that coming up, but on the other side, college football, our weekly Heisman Watch. Any names with value that stand out heading into a big weekend of college football? That's next. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
which means it's time for our weekly Heisman Watch. Who's rising? Who's falling? And is there a play to be made? It's Heisman Watch on BetSweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. In the first hour every day, we are live on Stadium. Watch Stadium via the BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Yes, we've got more movement this week in college football when it comes to the Heisman Watch atop the BetMGM odds. Still value on just about everybody. I guess you could make that argument. The favorite is John Mateer. That's no surprise, of Oklahoma, 7-1. The big change, though, after the blowout performance of that vaunted Illini defense. Mendoza, 9-1 out of Indiana. Your third favorite in the 12-1 range. We've got Dante Moore and Carson Beck, all quarterbacks so far. 14-1, Gunnar Stockton. Marcel Reed is 15-1. Nussmeier, they don't really know. Like, we could sit here and say John Mateer's the favorite. John Mateer's the favorite. Sam, it's not a low number. It's not like sub 5. We're not at that point in the season because there are a handful of teams that haven't played any conference games yet. And Oklahoma's only played one, and it was Auburn.
Yet, fourth quarter, it's him with the rushing touchdown, making the play. Were the numbers gaudy? No. But that's a tough test against a very good Auburn team that a lot of people like this year. Auburn was in it the whole way. Then you had the safety. So anybody laying 6.5 covered, and anybody taking 6.5 did not.
And
but
you better believe that made bad beats last night.
Oh, it should have. I had a friend in Last Man Standing. You know what Last Man Standing is? You pick a game against the spread every week until you get it wrong, and then you're out. I had a buddy go Auburn plus 6.5. He's out. It's gone. Season's over.
Took a bad number.
Yes, but
so what happens in a push? What do they do there?
Out. In this one, you're out. You have to win. Ties lose. Like in Survivor. You know, in Survivor, in most pools, if you pick a game that lands in a tie, you're out because you didn't win. And the counter to that is, well, I didn't lose. Well, you didn't win. It's really how you shape it. I'd also, just quickly, I'd like to thank BetMGM for playing its weekly and daily game of peekaboo. So I can't find the Heisman market again. It's very fun.
Oh.
I went to college football and hit events.
I thought the weekly game of peekaboo was going to be which team will Costos pick to win the Super Bowl this week.
That's another game we could talk about.
Okay.
I'd love to discuss that as well. He has 16% of the league now to win the Super Bowl. It's fascinating. So yeah, I have to work around MGM because I can't see the Heisman market in Massachusetts.
Okay.
So I was taught if I type in dc.betmgm.com, that's the workaround. So I did it this morning, and I can't see the Heisman market. So peekaboo is very real on a Tuesday morning. So I went to Vegas Insider, and I have a grand snapshot of the market. Okay. And what I can see across every book is that Mateer is your consensus favorite. I mean, he's favored at, well, actually, I take that back. At one book, Mendoza's actually favored. One book, one outlier. But Mateer's the guy, and you have him at what, 22-1? Your first bet? 22, 24?
I bet him twice. Like yeah. I'd look. I think it's 22, somewhere in that range. I did not get the 30s that were available, but yes, then was it 10, 11, somewhere around there? Yeah, then I'll check. I'll get back to you on that. But yes, did bet him twice, back-to-back weeks. Looking ahead, okay, if you take out Auburn, now we've got a bye, then we've got Kent State, and then it all starts going. Figuring, okay, if Oklahoma's 5-0 and the hype is real, this number is going to be long gone. So the 7, I wouldn't say it's long gone, but he is the favorite, not when you want to bet him.
You have a huge game this week with big-time Heisman implications. And, of course, that's the Big Ten game in Happy Valley. Oregon goes on the road to take on Penn State. And you're going to see these guys shift. It all obviously depends on who wins. But Dante Moore, at most places, is your third favorite. MGM has him 12-1. Drew Aller, 30-1. BetMGM. I don't even like Drew Aller. I'm not an Aller guy. But if you're looking to make a move here, and Penn State actually shows something on offense, which it's a very polarizing topic. Some people think that they've just played dead. Others say, no, they stink. The truth is probably in the middle, as it often is. I don't think that Andy Kotelnicki, the offensive coordinator, was trying to empty the clip against those 3 bad teams they played. I mean, what do you need to do against Villanova and teams like that to win? You don't need to show anything. Some people think that they're broken. I don't know. We'll find out Saturday. Penn State a 3.5 point favorite. But if Drew Aller throws 3 touchdown passes against Oregon and knocks off a top 5 team at home, what's the 30-1? We talked about this a couple weeks ago, and we were sort of hinting at how huge this game was for this market. Conversely, you have to paint both sides. If Dante Moore goes into Happy Valley and shreds Penn State, he might be the favorite on Sunday morning. So this is a huge game where you have 2 quarterbacks at elite programs facing off head-to-head. This is, we can talk about Ohio State, Texas. That was a huge game. Number 1 against number 3. But for the Heisman market, this is the biggest game so far between Moore and Aller.
Yeah, I keep staring at this number. This is a name that we bring up every single week, and he hasn't had a game where you've been blown away. I'm talking about Aller. And I'm just looking at that 30 like, man, this is a huge game. So here's what's holding me back, even though it probably shouldn't at the number of 30-1. What's holding me back on Aller is how Penn State is going to win. They're going to win via the run game. If they win and cover this weekend against Oregon, it's probably going to be the run game. Ducks struggle with their rush defense, and you would think going against Penn State, that's where they're going to have a lot of issues. So if they're winning with their run game, that's why they're championship contenders. Is Aller going to get a lot of the credit? And right now, there are a lot of quarterbacks that are in the conversation right now. If they win, what does this number go to? What range is he in? Because he's behind a lot of guys right now.
It depends on what he does. I think, unfortunately, though, people are looking at what he's done and not what he can do. And this is how betting works. When everybody says he stinks and I can't bet it, that's generally the time to bet it. And again, I'm not even a big Drew Aller fan. I think Bo Prabula is better, the kid who transferred to Mizzou. I think he's better. Aller has 4 touchdown passes in 3 games. Nevada, Florida International, Villanova. But how's he going to do this against Oregon? Well, I don't know. I don't have that answer. But if he does, man, that 30 could go to 15. It could get cut right in half. The problem is I don't find myself betting it. I'm not going to do it. Like, I've thought about it, but these are conversations I've had with myself. Wow, he was 15-1 before the season, 16-1. Now he's 30. This would fundamentally be the time to buy. Then you look at his quarterback rating, and it's 106 in the country. You're like, probably not the Heisman winner. So maybe a pass on Drew Aller. I do like Penn State in the game, but if Penn State wins, you mentioned the running game. How about their defense? That's how they're going to win the game. If they win. If they beat Oregon, it'll be a smothering on the defensive side of the ball. They've held teams to 17 points in 3 games. Granted, not the greatest competition in the world, but 11-0-6. That's a defensive football team that's going to run the ball and use the quarterback to manage the ball. He's probably not going to throw 3 touchdown passes. So I think I'm out on Aller. The other guy that I'm a little concerned about is Baron Morton. He's got a concussion, it sounds like. And they don't play this week, Texas Tech. But did you notice that they started to float his odds out? I see him 50-1 at MGM, 75-1, 100-1. This poor kid just can't stay healthy, man. It's happened to him his whole career. He's had so many injuries playing quarterback for Texas Tech. And that was a guy that I really, like, going into the Utah game, I'm like, man, this kid has a really good chance to step up here and enter the conversation for real. And he gets hurt again. So he went from 25-1 going into the Utah game to now 50-1. Arch Manning is 25. That number was cut in half. If you play Sam Houston State every week, you might win the Heisman. No interest there. The biggest mover to me in terms of guys that weren't in the conversation that now are, Josh Hoover at TCU. 15-1. Another big game for him. I don't have any stock in Hoover. I wish I did. I don't.
I'm quickly looking at some of the recent quarterbacks that won this award. Any of them have a slow start like Aller, and I really can't see one. Like they all have a game in the first few weeks where they have 4 or 5 touchdown games. So he would certainly be the outlier there. But I get the case at 30-1 because if they win, if they cover, if he's a big reason why, he actually puts up some numbers. Yeah, that might be cut in half. All right, a name I brought up in the past that, statistically, he checks a lot of boxes, best in the country, but they haven't played anybody. Quarterback rating number 1, QBR number 1, and I'm talking about Maeva. USC has played Mississippi, Missouri State, Georgia Southern, Purdue, most recently Michigan State. Illinois, Michigan, Notre Dame are next. Do you think he can win the award? Like, what does USC have to do? Where do they have to finish? Must they be in the playoff? Do they need to be in the Big Ten championship game? The numbers are probably going to be there for him. But what sort of team success do we need to see?
9 wins. I've always thought 9 is the benchmark, and that's very possible. Have you seen the line for USC Illinois, by the way? Got out to 7 yesterday after our show. USC laying 7 on the road. So nobody wants a part of Illinois. USC is going to score. I don't know that they're going to win. I mean, they should as a 6.5-point favorite now, but that's probably a spot where he puts up numbers. Notre Dame's defense doesn't look to be anything special. And then you go to Oregon end of the season. That's a game where he could really cement himself in that conversation, to be in New York, to be one of the 3 or 4 finalists. You've liked him all season. I'm surprised you don't have any stock yet in Maeva.
Yeah, I've just been another guy I've been torn, like Aller and him. Like, I'm deciding between those two. If I'm going to jump in on another guy, which one am I going to go with? Okay, so he has another statistically strong game. They should win, like you mentioned. Is it going to drop a lot if he puts up points on Illinois? I mean, he's supposed to, right? After what we just saw.
Probably not much. I mean, 20 to 15, perhaps. Haynes King, 25-1. There's a lot of guys in that 20 to 30 range that make you bite your lip a little bit. I go, I could get there. I'm really upset with Hoover, man. Somebody told me to bet Hoover last week, and I thought, I don't like him. And then all Hoover did last week was throw for 379 yards and 5 touchdowns against SMU. And he's now right near the top. I know. Damn.
We keep talking about Big Ten quarterbacks here. Mendoza's a big mover. I'm bringing up Maeva, Aller. You got Dante Moore. He could be the favorite after this week. I wasn't expecting that conversation, but yeah, a lot of Big Ten quarterbacks are here right now, or at least interested.
I have a list. I wanted to bring this up today. This is from On3 Sports. On3's had a very polarizing season so far, depending on who you ask, and they've been very bad with some injury stuff that I've followed very closely. Oh, this guy's going to play, and then he doesn't play. Okay, good luck. Here's a list of the top 10 college quarterbacks from On3 Sports in the summer. Number 1, DJ Lagway. Okay. Hold on. Not done. Number 2, Lenora Sellers. Number 3, Arch Manning.
Okay.
Number 4, John Mateer. All right, you got one. All right,
got one.
Whew, man, it was getting sweaty there.
Oh, there's a name I'm waiting on now.
Number 5, Cade Klubnik.
There it is.
Nope, not a great list, pal.
100-1 for Cade Klubnik. At least at BetMGM. I didn't look around because there's no reason to. You're not looking for a price there. That's a bad list. Does it say the person or it just says it's like staff? I hate it when websites do that. Staff.
Ari Wasserman is the list creator.
I
didn't even realize he's got Nico Iamalieva number 10.
Stop. All right, go through 6 through 10 real quick.
Sam Levitt.
Bad.
Nussmeier, Haynes King, Drew Aller. Then Nico.
We don't know. Then Nico.
No Mendoza, no Dante Moore, no Carson Beck, no Gunnar Stockton, no Josh Hoover, no Marcel Reed on this list.
Marcel Reed, yeah.
Whoops.
A lot of misses there. A lot of misses on that one. It's tough. That's the preseason content before you know. Like, if I were to tell you, okay, this is going to be Clemson, Clemson is going to be 100-1. Oh, is he hurt? No. Bad.
No,
that's it. Yeah, just bad. Not hurt at all. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll take a look at some NFL futures updated numbers coming your way. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
hours on the clock. It's over, and the Chargers remain unbeaten. And their first 3-0 start in 23 years.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Top of the hour, we'll get back to some college football with our buddy Michael Felder. You never know what the hell's going to happen with Felder. Like last time we had him on the show, he was in a mood. It was good. So I'm hoping that he's in a mood. He's always in some kind of a mood. Sometimes good, sometimes it's always good, one way or another. Sometimes a little edgy, which we do like here on Bet Sweats. Welcome on in. Thank you for hanging out with us on this Tuesday morning. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. We're going to talk some NFL futures, and we'll do some awards later on. But I did want to throw this out there, Sam, because a lot of times we start talking about those awards, and there's so many to go over, we quickly run out of time. I did an awards bet, whatever you want to call it, a future Sunday before the games. I was talking about it on game day, so if you were listening, you heard me talk about it, and then I'm like, you know what? Not the best matchup, but let me do this now because I think he's going to have a solid day usage-wise, and we talked about it with Gerch last week, and I just figured, okay, this number's going to go. There was a 30 still out there on Judkins for Offensive Rookie of the Year. And the chatter was, okay, he's going to be the lead back. And he was. And he had a really nice touchdown run, 90-some rushing yards in their upset win over the Packers. I believe he had 18 carries in that game. The 30s are gone. I see a 20 out there, but MGM is posting a 15-1. So we hinted at it last week. We talked about it with Gerch in the waiver wire, that Judkins is going to be the guy moving forward. And then the more intel that we were getting Sunday morning, I'm like, oh, this is real. Like he's going to be the RB1. And it did not take long. He gets in week number 2, has some good usage, limited work. Week 3, he's the dude. And I look at this award as being wide open, thinking maybe it's going to go to a running back this year. So that's why I jumped on Judkins.
You know who else really came up the board? Is Scattaboo.
Yes, sir.
Scattaboo is now 12-1. I remember seeing him in the summer at 80-1, maybe even higher, depending on where you looked. And he's definitely elevated up the list. But that was a great call on Judkins. And as somebody who needed the Browns to hang tight in that game over the weekend, every time they touched him the ball, something happened. And then they stopped handing him the ball. That's the other problem. You have good players in bad offenses. And I don't know why some of these coaches don't trust young players. The perfect example, and I think you know where I'm going here. Why is Mike Vrabel not using Travion Henderson? I don't understand. Like, it makes no sense. He's clearly, I see the look on your face. You're not pleased. He's clearly the best running back. But he keeps trotting out Ramondre Stevenson, who looks like he ate pancakes with his bare hands before he touches the ball. And then Gibson is he's a vet who's been on so many teams now. You've got this kid. I believe I saw the stat on Sunday that he never fumbled at Ohio State. Not one time. And they're not using him. Judkins didn't really get as many touches as I think he should have gotten. And then the other obvious one is Jackson Dart. Now, I did see a report last night that they're going to go to Dart ASAP. Yep. But some of these coaches just don't trust these young players, and it's obvious that these young players can help.
Don't think that's the situation with Dayball. As long as you mentioned Dart, geez, BetMGM went down to 12 based on speculation. Okay. Look, 35-1 last week. He hasn't started a game yet. There's been no announcement, as far as I know. And
just
it goes
rumors.
From 35-20. Yeah. And
rumors.
Common sense, really. You watch that game, like, they're going to him. They're going to him soon. Dayball's going to find a way, and we'll see. I think it's an interesting move. I kind of wish I would have grabbed more at 35. One bad Russ game, took one. He had a 450-yard game and then one bad one, and it looks like he's on the way out. Let me ask you this. Do you think the Ravens should be the second favorite to win the Super Bowl?
Absolutely not.
Philly? Should be Buffalo,
Nope.
Philly?
I don't like
Buffalo,
Philly to make a run this
Green
year.
Bay?
I don't think that they have the explosivity to win multiple playoff games in a row. And understand that Joe and I were very high on Philly last year. Very, very high. Their defense was a lot better last year. They had a lot more depth. And Saquon was fresh, ? Saquon Barkley this year, I saw Pete Prisco tweeting about this over the weekend. Saquon Barkley is averaging 3.3 yards per carry this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very small sample size, of course, because they've only played a handful of games. These guys that touch the ball 400 times or more, though, they can't possibly replicate that in a league where they're getting hit on every single play. I mean, running backs, there's a reason the average shelf life of a running back is 3 years. The average running back, not the elite guys, not the McCaffreys, not the Barkleys, because Barkley's been in the league a long time. But these guys that come out of nowhere, like Zeke Elliott's a perfect example. Zeke had a couple really good years, and then Zeke was cooked, and Zeke is now out of the league. It's very difficult to have high volume, high touch, and do it for a long time. And I'm not saying Barkley's done, but 3.3 yards per carry, that's not the Saquon Barkley we saw last year. So, the idea of this segment was, who are we selling? I guess by default, I'm selling. I have no interest in buying the Philadelphia Eagles. I have none. And they've done nothing wrong. That's the crazy part. Like, they've done their jobs. They've won all these games. But I have no interest. So if I'm not buying, I guess I'm selling.
Not interested at this price. If they were to lose and we get a little bit of a better price, but I don't think it's going to be that good, maybe it'd be interesting. Let's talk about the NFC. After Detroit's win last night through 3 games, it is Philadelphia as a favorite, but we can call them co-favorites with Green Bay. I see a plus 380 is the best price you can see on Philly. You can get on Philly. Green Bay's plus 390. Detroit drops to 6-1. Okay, so Detroit is the third favorite. Fourth favorite, now Bosa's done. San Francisco, 10-1. Rams, 10-1. Listen to how jammed this is. Niners 10, Rams 10, Bucks 11, Commanders 12. After those top 3 teams, after the order of Philly / Green Bay, Detroit, they don't know what to do with the rest of them. And then you'll find value on Minnesota at 20-1 for the NFC. I've been intrigued with this conference, thinking it was pretty wide open, that we don't know a lot since the summer. And I still kind of lean that way. Here's where I'm at this morning, and I want to throw it at you.
Hold on, can I write this team down first before you say it? Because I really have a team. I dropped my notepad. I have a team that's down the board that I'm thinking, like, I never thought this in the summer, but I'm thinking it now. And it's not in the 10-1 range. It's not. So you go first, and let's see if we're on the same page.
What if we were all wrong about Seattle? Oh, boy.
I knew
30-1 for the NFC.
I knew it.
Yeah. What if we were all wrong?
I got the.
And I'm not.
I got the goosebumps right now.
This is not. This isn't even a Bosa thing. Like, but now that helps. They're 7-1 for the division. They've been impressive. That's a hell of a defense, and maybe it's just going to take McDonald a year to figure things out, get a real offensive coordinator. Man, they look good. I don't want to overreact. To one game, especially when it's against New Orleans. But they look super impressive, and that division is open now.
They are 5th in points on offense and 2nd in points allowed. Now, obviously, you only play who's in front of you, but look, there were a lot of people that were impressed with what McDonald did last year. Not a lot of rookie coaches come in and win 10 games. And you saw the defense get substantially better. And this is a guy who comes from that Harbaugh tree. A lot of respected people really liked the hire. I was sort of indifferent on it. I wasn't sure because I didn't know much about him. And he took that defense last year from 25th in the league to 11th in the league. And now they're a top 10 defense, and it's not even close. I'd like to see them do it against better teams, of course. But just from a sense of betting a price. Mm-hmm. And I think it's funny because we were going to talk about selling teams that are 3-0, and we can do that. You know, Bills, Chargers, Eagles, Colts, Niners, Bucks. But I don't necessarily want to sell those teams. I want to buy a team at a price. So when we look at this NFC market and we get down to Seattle, and Seattle's 30-1, same price as Arizona, like longer price than Minnesota. Here's a question. Would you rather bet the Commanders at 10 or the Seahawks at 30?
It's easy, 30. And
I don't even think it's a conversation.
With this conversation, we're kind of saying sell the Niners then, right?
Well, I mean,
if you're buying Seattle.
Yes, but it's not.
But that's obvious. Yeah, that's obvious. Everybody's hurt. All their good players are hurt.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm only thinking about it because nobody's healthy. Mm-hmm. And you know me, before the season, I have Buffalo and San Francisco. Like I have Buffalo to win the Super Bowl and the Niners to win the NFC. I've got so much Niners stock at 10-1, it makes me uncomfortable. And they keep winning despite having nobody out there. So I feel bad. I feel bad for that organization because they have been through it for years. And now, I mean, who's healthy on offense outside of McCaffrey? And now Bosa's done. And it's tough because I like that team a lot when fully.
BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Talk some college football coming up with our buddy Michael Felder. He'll be jumping on the show. I didn't expect us to be agreeing on the Seattle Seahawks this morning. Like this is not something I figured 3 weeks into the year. You know what? That sneaky Seattle bunch, that's the team. You got to save that now. You got to save it. It's a new Ramley. R.I.P. Ramley, I guess, huh?
Where do I put it? Where should I? I'll just tack it over here somewhere.
Okay. Or behind you by a trophy, bobblehead.
Yes. I don't.
Here he is.
Yeah, I guess I could. I don't know. I can maybe put it up here somewhere. We'll figure it out. We got time.
All right. Very excited to be joined by our guy Michael Felder at In the Bleachers. When we spoke to him a couple weeks ago, he was on one. Let's check that out.
Now I'm in the season, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in the season. I'm in my groove. I feel like I'm really in my bag right now. I'm like, woosah. I'm in my zone right now. Is that a real question? Listen, you guys called me. USC, they're figure skating. Oregon out here powerlifting. It's on wax, baby. You can't take that one from me. It was like Ross and Rachel. Like what are we doing? I know okay. I see it. Giving me the wrap-up sign. Thank you.
Michael Felder. All right, here's Michael Felder, our favorite college football analyst, joining us. Michael, how you feeling this morning?
I feel really good, man. My kid didn't have school today, so she went to school with my wife, and it's basically like all the ladies that work at the school, all of them brought their kids to the school because their kids don't have school. So the preschool does have school. And these kids are just running around the school terrorizing. And the good thing is she's not terrorizing me right now.
Well, congrats. I wanted to give you a shout out. I loved the recap of the sleepover. And yes. I love that for the kids, you do the waffles with the dip. You let them dip the syrup. I love that.
Yeah, dip the syrup, man. They come in they got quadrants. You break those up. 4 quadrants, 4 quad. Boom. Dip it, eat it. Dip it, eat it. Hands don't get that messy. These kids, 7-year-olds, what do you think they're going to do? Cut the waffle? It's less work for me. So if you're a parent out there and you make waffles, I don't care if they're Eggos or whatever, do the waffle dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's way easier than trying to do butter and syrup on the thing. They don't care about the butter. They don't even know that butter makes the waffles even better. They don't even know about there's some waffles I make that when I make them for my wife, you know what I do? I put bits of bacon in the waffle.
Bacon! I knew it. I knew you were going to say it.
So, yeah, but for kids, I mean, I make like a pretty traditional. It's not really traditional. I make like a buttermilk Belgian waffle, and then separate it into 4s, and they just dip it, and they keep their hands out of that syrup because there ain't nothing worse than a sticky hand kid roaming around your house, and you know they haven't brushed their teeth yet.
Yep, no doubt about that. Well, no waffles for Clemson.
Oh,
Klubnik is getting Heisman hype before the season starts. It was like, oh, okay, he dabbled in. Me. There's a lot of people. He was one of the favorites at the top of the betting board. What the hell happened?
I think that they've got like a 3-pronged problem. One, their coach is an egomaniac. I think we saw that play out over the course of the last week and a half, right? Where he was like, fire me. I don't care. Do you guys not like winning? And when he said that, I was like, okay, he really it makes more sense now, the going to church thing every Sunday for the whole team. Got it. Cause he has this Jesus complex. He's the savior. And so there's that. So he is an egomaniac, and I don't feel bad saying that. And so if you guys clip that one out, guess what? I stand behind it. The other part is they don't have the players. They don't have the players, and I'll start with, and this is why I said 3-prong, because they don't have the players with respect to on defense. They have 3 really good defensive players. 3.5. Woodaz, TJ Parker, PJ Woods, and then they have I think the Terrell kid, the younger brother of AJ Terrell, Avion Terrell. He's good. He's almost getting there. And then everything else is just like guys. So if you don't have all those pieces that they're used to having, it's going to be really hard to be successful. And then on the other side, their offensive line in the running game, honestly, like, part of my language, but they're ass, like, for real. And you got a converted wide receiver who, when he gets out into the open field, does look good in Randall, but he's I don't think, like, maybe he needs glasses. I don't know. I don't think he can, like, see, like, what's happening before it happens. He has to see it happen and then go. And that's something, and you and I we've talked about this. If you have to see it happen to figure out what you're supposed to do next, you're already too late with respect to football.
Are you more excited as we turn the page? Are you more excited for Oregon, Penn State, or Bama, Georgia?
Bama, Georgia. I'll say, look, I think Oregon's gonna take care of business. I don't think Penn State's very good. I think Penn State has won games in very good fashion, but I think once they get into, like, they step into the actual ring, I think they're gonna have some problems. And Oregon, for me, I think Oregon needs a challenge to really get Dan Lanning fired up, to really get this team ready to rock. Like, I think that happens. And then so I'm more excited for Bama, Georgia, because Alabama got told they weren't nothing when they got beat by Florida State. And Georgia has to keep proving themselves week after week after week. The Tennessee game, obviously, like, they have to keep proving themselves. And I think that game is going to be a game where it's a bunch of kids that are from the same place, and they're about to go out there and fight. Like, they're going to scrap. Like, it's one thing to have, like, West Coast versus, does Penn State count as Midwest?
Technically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these kids, they have never met each other. Georgia, Alabama, they met each other. They know each other. And to watch them collide, I'm looking forward to it. And to see the resurgence from Alabama after, I'm sure you guys saw the Powerball lady. She didn't win, obviously, but she was like, what would you do if you won the Mega Millions or whatever it was, Powerball? She was like, the first 70 million, I'm getting rid of Kalen DeBoer. And so, like, it's a different energy going into this. And I think that Alabama is trying to right the ship, and they're trying to find leaders and figure out ways to make it work. Georgia, I like Gunnar Stockton. Zacharias, give him the ball, man. Are you kidding me? Just feed him. So I'm looking forward to watching it.
Why do you think Penn State's not that good?
Man, maybe because I don't think James Franklin is that good. Do you?
We're still waiting. We're waiting
exactly.
in the big spots. We're still waiting.
Did you see? No. Sammy Peak. Did you see his face? He was like,
I didn't make
Leave
that
my
noise
guy
at all.
alone. Leave my guy
I did not
alone,
make
Michael.
any noise.
But your face made that noise. Your face made that noise. You were searching for the words. You were searching for the words.
I mean, we don't have evidence, but we're gonna say that about him in a big spot until he does it, and he's gonna have another opportunity this week. Yeah.
I listen. I got family from Missouri. Like, it's a show me state, so show me, because otherwise, what do I have to go on? Nothing. Show me. And it's not that I don't like Penn State. I've got a lot of friends that went to Penn State. I got a lot of friends that love Penn State, but they say the same things. Like, when I talk to people that went to Penn State, when I talk to my man Ace, he's like, I need to see him do it. I need to see him do it. Like, and that's just the reality. And look, no one could be more upset than the people that I get in my phone that have to deal with UNC. So Penn State, me saying I don't know if Penn State's that good, that's not even close to my teammates texting me going, bro, we suck.
All right, so here's a question. I think it's easy to ask. I don't know that it's very simple to answer. It's very complex, and you could take this a variety of ways. Best team in the country. Who is it?
Ooh, wow. Best team in the country. I don't know that we can say Ohio State because Ohio State, with the exception of the Texas game, and we've seen Texas just continue to tumble. So it feels like that win means less and less each day. Honestly, I think that we have these like tiers. I think that with a win this weekend, Penn State climbs into that tier. But right now, I would put Oregon, LSU, and then I'm looking at Oklahoma and my three. Then behind them, then I'm looking at Penn State, Penn State and Florida State, and then everything gets muddy.
Where's Miami?
Like Ohio State. Oh, did I say? I thought I said Miami.
No. You did
No,
not.
I would. All right, I'm going down the list right now. So I'm going to go ones and twos. That's all I'm going to do. It's easier for me to do it this way. Ohio State, I'm going to put them at a 2. I'm going to put Miami at a 1. I'm going to put Penn State at a 2. I'm going to put LSU at a 1. I'm going to put Georgia. They're like a 1.5 because I still don't know. Oregon, I'm putting at a 1. Oklahoma, I'm putting at a 1. Florida State, I'm going to put them in that same 1.5. And then Texas A&M, probably going to put them at 1.5. And then after that, by the way, can we talk about them? Indiana. Come on.
I'm floored right now because you named 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Where's the calculator? I need the Texas Instruments. We got,
Okay.
I think you named 10 schools there. You did not say Texas.
No.
I'm just
Have
asking.
you seen them play football?
Yeah, I mean, but we're living in the betting world, and they're top 5 for title odds.
No.
You don't think they're going to fix it?
No, I think Texas Tech is probably going to end up being better than Texas.
I just wish Morton could stay healthy, man. We already see him concussed again.
I know he takes his risks and he gets smoked. I think Ole Miss could move. Ole Miss, Texas Tech, and probably Tennessee have a better chance of moving up ahead of Texas. Even though Texas is now sitting at what number? Are they at number 10?
Oh, in
is that right?
Yeah.
In the AP, they're at number 10. In the coaches, they're at 15.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not all the way out on Arch as a player. I don't think that this team has what it takes to get to where they want to go. But I will say this again, I'm going to circle back because you guys did not address it. Indiana.
Yeah.
Number 9 team in the country was Illinois. I don't care that they lost their – like, if you think that Miles Scott is good for 53 points, then God bless you. He's the greatest football player of all time. Like, put him up there with Jim Thorpe, Deion Sanders. Like, put him up there with he's the greatest player of all time. If you think that him getting ejected for targeting is worth 53 points, no one thinks that. So they lost by 53 points. That's crazy. My team, look, I went to UNC. We are bad. It's a bad football team. We hadn't lost by 53 points yet.
My big takeaway is you've got Miami, Oklahoma at that top tier. Those teams are 16 and 20 to 1 to win the title. So
that's value added, right?
Sure. Yeah, well,
No doubt.
For sure.
I think Miami, we got like a minute left, Michael. I've watched every Miami game.
Yep.
Their O-line, D-line, I think it's the best in the country.
Ooh, man, that's tough because I really like what I'm seeing out of Florida State, and I really like, oddly enough, what I see out of USC too. Like the way that they're explosive off the ball has been really interesting. I don't think that USC's offense is as good as people have touted it to be, but I do think that their defensive front is incredibly explosive. We haven't talked enough about that.
You've got Oregon beating Penn State, though?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Penn State favored by 3.5 this weekend. 3.5.
Oregon.
They're betting Arkansas. They're hosting Notre Dame this week.
Oh, man.
Just got 30 seconds. What's your reaction to that?
I don't know what to think because I watched the Arkansas game this past week, and we all know what happened there. 2 weeks in a row you fumble the ball in the red zone when you have a chance to close the game out. That's insane. You could call it bad luck. You could call it like a discipline, whatever it is. But there's that. And then Notre Dame, they need this win. They need it. Because you can't, like, you have to find a way to stack wins to get to the playoffs. So this, if it's me, I'm staying away. I'm staying away from it.
All right, good stuff. Michael Felder at In the Bleachers over on X. All sorts of content he's putting out there. Make sure you check it out. Joe O, Sammy P, we continue with some college chatter. We'll take a look at some college football futures, conferences as well, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Sideline, touchdown, Texas Tech. Cameron Dickey, 24 yards, back breaker.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
That was an interesting top 10 list from one Michael Felder. Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging with us on Bet Sweats. We'll check in with Will Brinson coming up at the top of the hour. Sam learned during the break that Michael Felder is a weighted vest guy. He walks around the neighborhood. I'm seeing those everywhere. Do you see them in your area where you have like 30, 40 somethings walking around these weighted vests?
No, I do not.
Oh,
My next door neighbor, great guy, Jim.
Okay.
Jim's got to be 75. Jim does not have a weighted vest.
There's no way.
Jim though, Jim will chop down a tree with an axe by himself. So that's Jim.
He doesn't need it. Yeah.
Very
Doesn't need
handsy.
no weighted vest. It does look strange. It looks very strange to me when I see people walk around with them. I'd be embarrassed to put that on. I'm looking it up now. You can get 6, 8, 12, up to 30 pounds added. Like he said, it's making them stronger. I don't know, man.
I've never worn a weighted vest. In high school, though, I used to wear the ankle weights.
Yes.
And we'd wear them to school. I mean, my vertical was insane in high school, long time ago. But we did that. You'd walk around school for 6 hours with ankle weights on, and then you'd be jumping to touch the square on the backboard. Never a weighted vest, though. I've never even considered it.
Paul said he's seen them in his area. Jake, do you see them? Or you're probably in a young area? Probably not, I'm guessing.
I mean, I don't see them that, like, I know people who have tried them. Like, I put it in the chat, like, I've looked them up. Like, I looked at them on Amazon just to try and, like, see if I would start wearing them for my workouts.
Why?
Like, I wouldn't wear them outside. I would just wear it because, Paul, I'm 27. I got to keep things all together here, all right? I can't keep relying on texts and calls from Rhode Island, all right? So, anyway, point being,
Cincinnati.
I looked at it. I did not pull the trigger, but I mean, like, I've seen it on
thought
TikTok
about it
more than anything. Yeah, I thought about it. Like,
that's where this all starts, right?
Yeah,
TikTok.
100%. It's all TikTok, Twitter, like influencers. But I mean, it's supposed to work. I mean, Felder was saying it works.
What does it do?
What is it? Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Well, I mean, I think it's like it's an endurance thing. It's basically weight training too while you're walking, running, whatever you're using it for. I mean, you get 30 pounds extra in a vest.
Sounds like back problems.
Probably.
To be honest.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're all gonna get raptured in about 5 hours anyway, so who cares?
I'm not gonna get raptured. I'll be fine.
Yeah, I've seen them everywhere on the lakefront, Riverwalk, whatever. Like people doing workouts. I guess it's more. I mean, people. No, there was someone jogging yesterday. I was gonna say it was mostly walking. No, people are like jogging and running with them. That
I've seen that.
Why?
Yeah, I've seen people like do bikes with them too.
Seems like a lot of pain.
What? Come on,
riding your bike?
Why? That makes no sense.
I don't know the size. I'm just telling you what my eyeballs see.
Feels like a sick brag. Did you see him with the weighted vest? Yeah, I got 20 on me today.
Performative for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
upgraded to 25.
Yeah, that's definitely why I looked at it. It's all performative. Who cares about the actual benefits?
He's getting it.
The gym that I've been going to, the new hot trend is people taking free weights and walking up to the nearest mirror and just working out 5 feet from the mirror. And I could never do that. Never going to happen. But there's this wall of mirrors clearly for this purpose. It's a lifetime. It's not like this huge bougie gym. But they take the weights and they curl and they do everything like nose to the mirror basically and just work out in the mirror staring at themselves. And maybe it's just me. I think that's the weirdest thing you could do.
I do too, but that's what whenever I would run into Jake at the work gym, that's what he would do. He'd be like up against the mirror, like curls.
Incorrect.
With his weighted vest on.
No. People who don't have spatial awareness, and the gym especially, is like number one pet peeve for me. Like get out of the way. Move.
Well, the tripod situation is the worst. Like, I haven't run into it, but I see that it's happening out in the wild, right? Like, do you guys see it at your gyms? Where I
haven't seen
and then
it.
you get mad at people coming into your camera? No? Okay.
I saw it at
That's
the
ridiculous.
gym here for like there was someone who
work.
was using a tripod for a little bit. Yeah. Not here, but like in the gym. I didn't know who this person was. But I haven't seen them in a while, so I don't know if they moved on with their life, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Seriously. Anyways. Speaking of filming workouts, Pam Maldonado hit a big parlay with the dog. Did you see a bunch of dogs? Did you see that? It was like 100-1. Congrats to her.
Wasn't expecting that. I was scrolling. It's funny you bring that up. I was scrolling ESPN yesterday, and I don't read ESPN as much as I used to. When I was in high school and college, I used to read it all the time, and I just don't anymore. But I saw a story on X, and I said, "Oh, I'm interested there," so I clicked it. And now, when you click an ESPN story, it's the story, and they embed a video right near the top. Most websites do this now. And yesterday's video from the aforementioned Pam was, "Now's the time to bet Indiana to make the playoff."
I saw that.
After 63-10, of course it is. I wouldn't
know. Yep. I was interested in Felder didn't put Texas there. It's funny, like, so he made a top 10, and the parity that we're seeing, and how do we relate this to betting? Like, what sort of opportunities are there? There are some people that think it was better when it was fewer teams involved, when it was a BCS, whatever. I think this is great. And now it's set up properly because they made their mistakes last year where the better teams were actually not getting buys, not playing in that first round of games. But like when we go down the list of teams that, let's say, could make the championship game, like Felder rattled off 10 and he didn't include Texas. And my thought is, yeah, all of them could make it. Like, college football is in a really good spot as far as that goes. It's, I don't want to say mirroring the NFL because you still have a lot of blowouts and, easy victories, sometimes losses. Teams are going on the road. It's so much more difficult in college football. It doesn't mirror it, but as far as parity, being more wide open, having a real championship conversation all year, college football's there now. Like, we can get to double digits on teams that could easily make the championship game at this point.
Texas is minus 150 to make the playoff, and I think a lot of the perception has sort of driven that number down, of course. But I have Kenny White's ratings right here. He sends them out every Monday morning. He has Texas as the third highest power-rated team in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Not my numbers. These are Kenny's. Kenny's been making numbers for 40 years. He's got Texas number 3. Got Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Texas 3. Guy does it for a living. Makes numbers. Sends them to sports books. So everybody's saying Texas can't do this or can't do that. I'm not saying go bet Texas to win the national championship. But think about the number on Texas before the season. They're the number 1 team in the country. They have the shortest odds to win the national title. And they have the Heisman favorite. Now, those numbers were all wrong. Those priors were wrong. But they're still well respected. I mean, most odds makers would tell you Texas is a top 5 team. Kenny's probably a little bit high, but those are his numbers. And his numbers don't have feelings. They're numbers. They're data points. What was Texas? I don't even know the number, but let's talk this out. If Texas is minus 150 now to make the playoff, favorite at home against Arkansas and at home against A&M. So they're a dog one time the rest of the season. That's it. And they have one loss. Oh, they lost to the number one team in the country, 14-7.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a lot of maneuvering after this weekend because you've got Ohio State, the slight favorite over everybody else. And then, then you've got Oregon and Penn State, same number. They're both 7-1, best I see. And then you've got Georgia plus 750, Bama plus 1,300. Like if Bama wins, are they going to flip? Maybe. Probably be Georgia floats a little bit, not as far as where Alabama is right now. And then Alabama's going to jump up. Like we're going to see a lot of maneuvering this weekend. And I'm wondering on Monday if we're going to have the conversation with any of these losers this weekend, if you want to jump in, if it's going to be time now because of the price.
I'm warming to the idea of betting Texas to make the playoff. Texas over the win total, 9.5 at plus money now to go over, plus 110, plus 115. Win the SEC. You could get 450 in the market. Mm-hmm. The market still respects Texas. And again, I can't see the odds at BetMGM for some reason. But you look at the title market, and it's Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, Texas. That's the market. Now, some books have Georgia higher than Texas, but still a top 5 team in terms of winning the title. I'm not betting Texas to win the title because I don't trust Sark to win multiple games in a row. I trust Franklin more than I trust Sark, which is crazy. But their red zone offense has been abysmal for years. Not just this year. It's been that way. But their defense is unbelievable. Unbelievable defense. So, yeah, they're good enough to make the playoff. That's a bet that I'm thinking about right now. You wanted a bet? Yeah. Texas to win the SEC, plus 450. Why not? Who's decidedly better than Texas in the SEC? Nobody.
No, it's all up for grabs. And people will have a lot of takeaways after the result of Bama, Georgia coming up this weekend. Okay, we talk a lot about buy points, finding value, especially after losses because there's an overreaction. Would you consider Utah at 15-1 to win the Big 12?
I don't think so. I wouldn't, but I understand it. You?
Well, I'm looking at the schedule, and AP is what it is, but they have one game against a ranked opponent that's on the road, and I believe that's BYU at BYU. That's it. So this would, with that schedule, ideally, if you believe in the team, which we talked about before this weekend's loss, how impressive they are, and they were kind of flying under the radar. Then the number was getting shorter and shorter, and then they were near the top, and then this one loss knocks them all the way down to 15-1. I'm considering it, but that's the kind of situation that we're talking about. There's an overreaction. They're 0-1 in conference. Doesn't mean they can't run the table the rest of the way, especially with that schedule.
I understand it. TCU is now the trendy team. Texas Tech is the team at the top. And obviously, shop around with these prices because you're going to find many different liabilities at different sports books. For example, we talked about Texas just now. BetMGM has Texas at 3-1 to win the SEC. There's another book that has plus 450. And it's not just a Texas thing. This happens all the time. So wherever you're playing, or whoever you're playing, I guess, whichever team you like or whichever player you like, you have to have an understanding of the range of prices inside the market.
For sure. Miami is still plus money for the ACC. I thought that was kind of interesting. Georgia Tech, second favorite, Florida State, the third favorite. Yeah, that Texas number, I was not expecting you to say minus 150 for the playoff. But remember, last year there were 3 SEC teams that made it. And, okay, everybody's going to say the Georgia-Bama winner, they're going to be in the playoff. A lot is going to change week to week moving forward now that we're jumping in to conference play here.
I would love a market. I would love somebody to put up which conference has more playoff teams, Big Ten, SEC. I would take the Big Ten.
Big Ten.
I would.
Yeah. Is there a Big Ten dark horse? It's probably Indiana now. That could enter that conversation. Joe, Sammy P.
Michigan,
BetSweats.
USC.
Yeah, of course. Yep, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Morning with simple way.
Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
You got Bet Sweats here, BetMGM Network. We were just chatting, trying to figure out what regulars on the show are weighted vest people. I think Paul may have hit it. But yeah, I don't know that we have one because I brought up the idea that maybe Will Brinson, our guest coming up in about 20 minutes, is a weighted vest guy. But I don't know. Joe O, Sammy P, we wanted to carve out some time in the show to talk about our friend Dave Sharapan. And if you listened yesterday, if you've been on the internet in any sense, I've seen a lot of stories online being written about Dave's unfortunate passing. But I'll be honest, Sam, like I know you've been talking to him throughout, and of course it hit you hard on Saturday night and Sunday morning as well. I can't say that it has really hit me that the next time we go out there, we're not going to see him. We're never having him on the show again. Far too young, 55 years old. He had another health scare about 4 or 5 years ago that he thankfully got through. But yeah, it really hasn't hit me that we're not going to be running around Vegas having a good time with Dave next time we make a visit.
He used to tell the story how when he had his stroke, the last person in his phone was me because we were talking. He was driving home from wherever. And Dave, if you knew Dave used to always allocate time for you when you were in town. And it wasn't just us. It was anybody in the space who Dave knew. When they were coming to town, he would carve time out to drive in and meet you anywhere. So Dave was coming back from one of his get-togethers, and we were talking on the phone on his way home. And then I got a phone call from his family. Like they called me back because I was the last number in his phone. And it was just like a crazy story that he went into the hospital and the last phone call was with me. So they were like, what did he say? What did he do? And I'm like, nothing. We just talked. They thought that he called me for help or something. And no, he didn't. So he used to tell that story. He's like, yeah, I was about to kick the bucket and I called you. And I was like, it's very funny to shape it that way. Last time we were out there together, he came out, and I know we have a clip of that story that night, but man, all the times he'd come to the Super Bowl parties. There's a story I'd like Paul to tell about me kicking Paul in the face right in front of Dave. That's one of my favorite stories. And Dave was just standing there flabbergasted. It was also an unintentional kick, Paul. I didn't just Shawn Michaels you in the jaw.
Right. Yeah, no, it was that first Super Bowl party. I think it was Chiefs Eagles. And I don't know if you kind of took a spin over a chair or something, but anyway, unsuspectingly, again, Dave's standing right there. It was the first time I met Dave in person, and Sam's foot goes right into my face. And I guess, credit to me, kind of just shook it off. But Dave was telling the story, on chicken dinner the next day, talking about how Sam roundhouse kicked me in the face, and he was just kind of stunned. But yeah, that was but I mean, meeting Dave that first time, and I mean, he had reached out. I don't know if I'd met him even in person. No, because I think I was working on the show. I don't know if I was working on the show yet, but before, we hadn't even met in person, I don't think. And there was a producer job posted somewhere else before I started working here. It's post-pandemic, and everyone's kind of are still coming out of that. People are still trying to piece things together because I'd left the industry for a bit. And he sent me a job posting. He's like, hey, I know these guys, by the way, if you are interested in this. And he put me in contact with the people. We talked a little, and obviously ended up here instead. But when I would come to town, it's kind of what Sam was talking about. Hey, I'll get you at the airport, or I'll take you to the airport, one way or another. He's always in the, share a van, I think he would call it. The rig he would drive around. Yeah. It was just, all these things started, not that, kind of like Joe said, it hasn't really hit me yet, especially Joe, when you put it like that, the next time we're out there, just there's going to be a void for sure. And just thinking of all these different interactions of, that story with Sam, him being there, just picking you up at the airport, or, texting you about this or that or whatever. And all the different, I don't know, outfits, sports gear that he would always have, just dressed to the nines every time he was on the show.
Dress like a little leaguer, Joe.
Whatever team is in the news, whichever team has a big game, he's got a hat. He's got like a warm up, like a zip up or something. Remember when he had all that Super Bowl gear from when the Super Bowl was out in Vegas?
So the tags on him, he had just pulled it off like the table. Yeah.
The logos. It's got everything. He's like, I think everybody has people in their life like this. When you have an experience with a friend, but somebody is like the best storyteller, you're like, no, you tell it. I'm not going to tell. Like, I'm not one of those people. Dave's one of those guys. Like, Paul's a big vibes guy. When he's in the room, there's no such thing as bad vibes. Like, nobody's in a bad mood. He brings everybody up. Like, for people that haven't met him or talked to him in person, that's the best way I can describe him. Like, he just being around him, you're in a good mood automatically. Even if you're yelling at each other at Bet Bash, right? Like, the things settled down because of him. You were on that panel, right, Sam?
I introduced him because I had 5 people on the panel that I was moderating, and I believe the order was Benson, Ravel, Sherapin, Pizzola, Fezzik. I think. I may have some of those mixed up. But I'm going down the line, and I'm like, Director of Operations at Circa, Jeff Benson. Professional bettor, the Hammer Network, Rob Pizzola. Playing third base for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Dave Sherapin. And he had like a Pirate jersey and hat on. The room just exploded. But like Dave, I could say that because Dave and I were friends, But it's like very formal, very formal. It's like batting third, playing shortstop, Dave Sherapin, and he like took his hat off. And yeah, man, he's the best. You know what else I realized yesterday? In all the times I hung out with Dave, maybe 50 times, he never called anybody by their birth name. It was always a nickname. It was always Joe O or Sammy P or Paulie or Bergie or Mo or Big Tony. He never said Sam or Joe or Paul. I don't know why I just thought of that last night, but everybody he's like a hockey player. Like a hockey player always used to say, like in the Blackhawks locker room, was Kane or Taser, Siebes, Dunks. That was Dave, which I thought was always very endearing that he found a way to sort of, not that Joe O and Sammy P are like these huge nicknames, like creative, but always like inner circle stuff,
I was thinking about that too, because when we had him on the air and he was telling that story that you guys just shared about kicking Paul, he started calling him the Chin because he was like, it was nothing to Paul. It was nothing.
Paulie the Chin or Paulie Walnuts.
Yeah. Well, let's listen to one of those stories. Great storyteller, Dave Sherapin. This is when we were out in Vegas for March Madness, and Dave showed up. We hung with him the previous day, and then, you better believe it, he's going to wake up super early, and he's going to be there for the show over at the BetMGM studio at Mandalay Bay. Here's Dave Sherapin reliving what we experienced the previous night.
There's a button that you have to push with a key inserted, apparently, to get to the 29th floor where you're staying.
We couldn't get there.
Where this room was. Now, I've been up there. It's really easy. You put in the key, and then you push 29. But apparently, with us in the elevator, 29 wouldn't light up.
No.
So we decided to go to 28 and just walk up the stairs.
Oh, it was a struggle to get to 28. It was like 21.
Yeah.
We kept progressing.
Yes,
closer,
yes.
closer.
And then we made it with the wandering around 28. And that was that, like, if anybody would have seen us, they would have said, security, get up to 28. There's 6 or 8 guys walking around
7
in different
dudes.
directions. Yeah. Going, hey, is that door open? That was
like we were going to figure it out.
I mean, can you imagine what it felt like for Columbus trying to come across, with we were the Nina, the Pinta Maria, it was the disaster. But we made it, took the picture, overlooking the strip. It's great.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that. Dave Sherapin, our visit to Vegas in March, and he was there to hang with us for a couple of days. I'll never forget the look on his face when he saw you, Sam, when he walked into that studio that morning.
Oof, man.
It was a disappointed father. It's like, get him some coffee.
I own it. It'll never happen again.
Yeah.
Everybody gets one,
No,
right?
no.
That's what Spider-Man said in Family Guy.
No, we
Everybody
can
gets
laugh
one.
at it now. We can laugh at it.
Yeah. He called me like that next week and goes, "You okay?" I go, "Dave, it's my birthday in Vegas." I go, "Everybody was trying to bury me, and they buried me." Oh man, I miss him. I miss him so much. We used to have this thing when I lived there. He obviously lived there. It was Berg, Matoy Pearson, Dave, and myself. We would go to the place at the D, the Coney Island place. Matoy loved the cheese fries. So we would get cheese fries. Like whenever I was in town, we'd go to Fremont. Dave would probably drive us all. He'd park the car. We'd go get a chili dog and 4 cheese fries. And the first time we went, somehow Matoy couldn't find a table inside. So we're looking for Matoy. And I go, "Dave, you seen Matoy?" He goes, "He's eating cheese fries on the garbage can outside." I'm like, wait, what?
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!"
Then it's You Better.
And you talk about your kids. Like, that's the other thing. Being a people person, he always found a way to connect with you. Doesn't matter who you are. And I'm learning about so many people that I would have never thought knew him just by reading some of the stuff online for the next couple of days. All right, we're going to switch gears. Will Brinson is going to hang out next. This is Bet Sweats.
GM Network. Kicking off a daily tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick
Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
After the results of Monday Night Football, Detroit inching closer and closer to the top 4 of Super Bowl odds in the National Football League. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. This is Bet Sweats with you on a Tuesday morning, and we are now joined by CBS Sports' Will Brinson to talk about the National Football League. How you doing, Will?
Guys, the Detroit Lions, the demise of the Detroit Lions because they lost 2 coordinators may have been a bit exaggerated. Dan Campbell is a stud. Jared Goff, I mean, what a statement game. Like, you go into Baltimore and do that to the Ravens. I think you have to put – I think, one, you put the Lions above the Packers when you're talking about, the best teams in the NFC North. Best teams in the NFC. And then I think it's probably like a 7-team group of squads that I kind of trust at the top. And by trust, I mean like loose, right? I mean the Bills, Ravens, who I forgot to mention last time, Packers, Lions, Eagles, and I think I've got the Rams and the Chargers up there as well. That's kind of like I think they can blow a game at any point because it's the NFL, but that's sort of the group I trust at the top. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I feel very good about it. I'm also kicking myself. The human brain works in mysterious ways, obviously. When
you didn't.
Electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Yeah, and I think not only just Gibbs, but you have again, you have like all these, you have like five guys who can take over a game between Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, who was just sort of written off, I guess, because Jahmyr Gibbs is awesome. David Montgomery is still great. I mean, he's the hammer, like the heart and soul of that run game. And they're going to feed him the ball down by the goal line. He can still break off big runs. I mean, maybe not the full break. Like Jahmyr Gibbs scores that touchdown that Gibbs was trying to run to. I think, Sam Laporta, underused still, but very, very dangerous. And then, of course, Jameson Williams, who's an absolutely explosive playmaker. This offense went outdoors in primetime against a truck in the Ravens and took care.
Get ready to experience.
Like, go for it on fourth down in big spots. And what is it, that third and they don't get it on third down. And Troy Aikman sort of like, Dan Campbell's told us, Like everyone on the team already knows if they're going to go for it on fourth down. And again, like we can talk about it, how it works in big spots and when it fails in, conference championship games and all that. But when the whole team is on the same page about going for it on fourth down, it just gives you a lot more confidence in what they're going to do, when they're going to do it. You don't feel like they're waffling in these moments. And I think Detroit, the coordinator stuff is just overblown. Like they look great out there. Maybe they might have upgraded. I don't know. I mean, I'm not worried about the Lions in any facet whatsoever, and I think they're absolutely a viable Super Bowl contender.
Give me another take on NFC, because I think that's what's really interesting. Detroit is the third favorite right now at 6-1. You clearly like them. People have questions about Philly. They're co-favorites with Green Bay. And then you go down the line, like we get the Bosa news with San Francisco. There's always expectation. The Rams are there. Tampa 3-0. All really close games, all field goal games, less than that. Washington, Minnesota, all of a sudden they look great against Cincinnati. There's another team we were talking about that's way down the board. Give me a take on somebody positive or negative that's not Detroit in the NFC.
I mean, I hate to beat the drum here, but I think the Rams are just live to win this conference and go back to the Super Bowl. If Puka Nacua's usage is insane through 3 weeks. I mean, this guy is getting fed the rock. Kyron Williams looks like his old self. I mean, he's not like super efficient, but he's just a grinder in that system. Blake Corum actually looks like he may have taken a step forward as that, kind of like backup option if something happens to Kyron. And then Devontae Adams, was it like maybe Underdog tweeted out, it's like, Unk still got it? I mean, dude, going down the field and catching deep balls. Like, if Matthew Stafford stays healthy, this defense is awesome. That game against the Eagles, and obviously, it's Bet Sweats. I'm sure you guys talked about it yesterday. One of the all-time bad beats in terms of plus 3.5. Like, there's no way you can lose 3.5 unless one very, very specific thing happens. And it's a really unlikely thing that's going to happen, especially if it's like a different defensive player who's not 336 pounds and it's like a superhumanly fast for his size, is probably going down when he gets the ball because he's seen the ball in his hands before. But Jordan Davis just wanted that touchdown because he's probably only got 3 of them in his life. But I think, that game, that worries me a little bit for the Rams in the sense that losing that game, a game that you really should have won, when the Niners go and beat the Cardinals in that tough spot with Mac Jones as a backup, maybe that ends up costing you the division. Maybe it ends up costing you a look at the 1 seed. Maybe it costs you a home playoff game. Like, we'll see how that pans out. But if that's the case, I think it hurts the Rams' chances a little bit. But I just think I am so impressed with what Los Angeles has done in the first 3 weeks of the season, the way they've looked. Matthew Stafford's got to stay healthy, but they've done it against really good defenses and really good teams. I just think this is not something that's going to go away. If for whatever reason, the market and the general public doesn't love the Rams that much.
And as we turn the page to week 4, one of these teams will be 1-3. Baltimore, Kansas City.
I mean, was it Baltimore's like minus 2.5?
2.5.
Hey, yeah. I mean, it's like if the Ravens didn't have this propensity for blowing like games late, I don't know. To me, the Ravens are the better team. Yeah.
BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
How many points is the Green Bay Packers going to beat the Dallas Cowboys by?
21. The Packers can't. I mean, the Cowboys can't stop anything. Like, their defense is absolute trash. The Packers defense, I do think, the NFL, it's tough to find true trap games like you do in college. where NFL team is overlooking an opponent. But I think that was the ultimate trap game against the Browns for the Packers. You're going on the road. You're an 8.5-point favorite. You know that if you score 20 points, the game is over. And you have the Cowboys on Sunday night in the Micah Parsons revenge game on deck. And I think they really did fall for the, I don't know if they got too hyped up about themselves, but I just think it was the perfect trap game. And that's why I love the Browns catching 8.5. You still had to hold on for dear life to get the Browns, but they got home. I think you see a Packers team off a loss going into Dallas against a Cowboys team that will put up a fight to a degree, but I just think they're hapless on defense. And I don't know how, the Packers aren't that explosive offensively yet. We haven't seen it from them. If they can run, they're fine. If you can stop them from running, I think they're in a little bit of trouble. I just don't see Dallas slowing down their run game. And I think Parsons, you're going to play 100% of the snaps and come away with 4 sacks. That's the problem there is I just think there's a chance that the Packers blow them out. This would normally be a spot where I'd like to take the points, because the Cowboys are good enough to cover the 7, but not with that Micah Parsons factor. He's going to come out just hair on fire in this one.
I knew we were on the Browns, and I loved your tweet Saturday night when the bartender came out, Packers, and you sent me the Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Yes.
When you on the,
I have.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No. I was going to say, was he on the Colts too? Because I feel like
yes.
I feel like the Titans were such a perfect spot. I can no longer back the Titans. Brian Callahan is a bad football coach who does not know what he's doing. And the Titans, he takes a delay of game and then kicks a 62-yarder with 40 seconds. I'm like, how did you not know that was going to backfire into the Colts getting a field goal right before half, man? What are you doing? So the Titans, I don't know if I can back. Who's your stinkier dog than the Browns plus 8.5, Sam?
So we have a bell here. It's called the can't do it bell. And when somebody says they can't do it, we just ring it. I'm taking the Titans plus 7.
Oh, no.
Yep. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
The Texans are the first team in 20 years to start 0-3 while allowing 55 points or less. Their defense is really good. They just cannot score. The offense is a dumpster fire. The offensive line is a train wreck. There are injuries all over at the running back position. Nico Collins got a little banged up at the end of that game, then came back in. CJ Stroud looks mid. I don't know if I can take. I can't take the Titans again this week, but I understand it.
Yeah, you got to be able to score to cover 7. So I think that's fair. Yeah. But yeah, Callahan, it's a disaster. So many penalties every week, and that's usually a sign of bad coaching, and we're seeing it there. You like the Rams. They are not going to be betting the Rams this week. No chance. They're taking all those points with the Colts. They already took 4.5 down to 3.5. We'll see if this gets a 3. You think the Rams cover?
Yeah, I do. I think the Rams are a better football team. Look, the Colts are really good. I think there's a chance for some regression here. You're not going to go the whole season without punting. Indiana Jones. We're not calling him Danny Dimes anymore. He's Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones ain't going to be perfect. He's going to lob a Kingdom of the Crystal Skull out here eventually in one of these weeks, and it's just going to be an absolute box office turd. And I think this is the week against a good Rams defense. To me, the fact that the number is staying at the hook, given how well the Colts have played and how they're sort of the darling now 3 weeks into the season, is a little telling. I think there's a couple of those lines out there this week where you're like, with the hook, I'm definitely taking the dog here. And it might be a little bit of stinky cheese there. So I think I'd be careful. I like the Rams to win and win handily. They had the Eagles just put in a corner. And I think what we've seen from the Colts so far this season, now the Broncos game was a little bit closer, obviously, but the Colts have largely front run, right? What happens when the Colts aren't front running? When they can't just hand Jonathan Taylor the ball and let him get downhill? When the Rams come out and score early and score often and get let's say the Rams are up 14 to 20 points. Are the Colts? I don't know if the Colts are built to come back against a good defense like that. And I think the Rams will come out hot at home, put up some points, slow the Colts down, force them to punt a couple times, and then let's see what the Colts could do when they're not front running, because I have an inkling that it may involve a Indiana Jones pick six.
How fun is it to watch Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh work together?
It's awesome. I love Jim Harbaugh. I mean, like, he's one of my favorite coaches ever. I said, like, 2 years ago, I think he's a Hall of Fame coach, and Pete Prisco, of course, is like, what are you talking about? Prisoner of the moment. And look, I mean, Harbaugh gets the best out of everybody. It is unbelievable. Like, Quentin Johnson is a star now. I mean, this guy couldn't catch a football 2 years ago. You lose Khalil Mack. Okay, no problem. You lose Rashawn Slater before the season. Okay, no problem. Najee Harris gone now. Like, it's not going to be a problem. Omari Hampton, I think, will end up being the best rookie running back in the NFL this year. I got 16-1 like off-season ticket on him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
We got it together. We both got it.
Yeah. I think he starts to get there and really come into his own. I loved him at Carolina. Great player. They have 3 wide receivers who have a perfect combination of skill sets. They're very complementary. Quentin Johnson, the super deep threat. Lab McConkey, who, we thought would be at like a 30% target share, but hasn't had to be there this year. We're still due for a lad game. And then Keenan Allen having a renaissance season there. They've got the tight ends who block, who can catch passes. Greg Roman's dialing up a perfect game plan for Justin Herbert. They're passing more aggressively early in games and often. And Herbert looks, I think Herbert, 3 weeks into the season, it's early, right? But if you're talking about the MVP favorites, I mean, I should have grabbed him at 10-1. I think there are a lot of people that have those tickets. 5-1, I don't even think is that crazy, given what if the Chiefs fall to 1-3, because you got to win your division. I think Herbert's a good look for MVP.
Will Brinson, CBS Sports, thank you very much. Always appreciate you hopping on. Good stuff there. Joe O, Sammy P, we're going to take a look at some NFL awards before we get to our lightning bets on this Tuesday. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. I think we need Jake to go to the Wiener Circle today. Because they had this big promotion. If Caleb Williams throws for 4 touchdowns, free hot dogs for everyone. That would be today, Tuesday. And I guess that's what the deal is. I don't know if it's one per person or what it is. That's got to be a hell of a scene today. Just people excited about the Bears in Chicago, and then the Wiener Circle. I don't know. How would you best explain it to people that have no idea what the Wiener Circle is?
It's a place where you go to be sort of berated by the staff.
Yes.
I guess it's a good way to put it.
The most vulgar of ways.
Now, I don't know that you're going to get that on a Tuesday. On a Thursday, Friday night, Saturday night, you have the full staff there, and there are some characters that work there. There's a video, if you're curious about the Wiener Circle and what it entails. Just go to YouTube and type in Triumph, the insult comic dog.
So good. Yeah. Do I remember it? I go back like on a yearly basis. Yes.
Yeah. So Triumph goes to the Wiener Circle and has this insane exchange with the staff. And it's one of my favorite videos on YouTube. Actually, I'm going to see how many views it has. I'm sure that people that aren't from Chicago like we are have never seen it. Okay, so it's a Conan O'Brien video that has 16.5 million views. And the headline or the title of the video is Jack McBrayer and Triumph visit Chicago's Wiener Circle.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And that is not an overreaction. It is, let's see, how long is it? I don't remember how long the video is. I feel like it's about 10 minutes or so.
So good.
McBrayer is so perfect. And here we go, 8 minutes and 4 seconds. And it's must-watch YouTube. It reminds me of, remember that restaurant that used to be right off the highway there? Would that be Ontario or Ohio?
Downtown? Yeah, where
Ed DeBevick's.
You get Ed DeBevick's was one. There was another one like near Navy Pier that Chris Ranji actually worked at. Like he was part of the staff that would rip on people. I forgot the name of that one too. Dick's Last Resort? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah, that's it.
So Ed DeBevick's used to be one. I don't know if it's still open. I haven't lived in Chicago for 6 years now, so I don't know. But you'd go in there and you'd be like, I'd like a double cheeseburger and a fry. And they'd be like, you don't need a double cheeseburger, fat ass.
Yeah,
and you'd be like, whoa. If you didn't expect it, you'd be like, okay. But they were just rude to the clientele, and that was the vibe. Go watch. I can't even possibly explain it better than just telling you to go to that YouTube video.
Go watch
Triumph at the Wiener Circle. I'm going to watch it after the show. It's so
me too.
funny.
I can't wait to see my girl Poochie. I cannot wait.
I couldn't remember her name. Poochie. That's right. And the comments are insane on the video. Here's a comment from 1 year ago. 11 years ago, this video uploaded, and I still watch this golden nugget of comedy. And then there's a quote. Do you kiss your pimp with that mouth? Oh, it's so funny. Oh, man.
I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking this out.
Poochie.
Yeah, so man, to have a job where you could talk like that, it's pretty awesome. I wonder if they have to tone it down because, like you said, middle of the day, I'm sure the camera crews from the local news will be there to cover this. Great way to get some free publicity. A lot of people are talking about it. It was funny because the reporters were asking the Bears players who have no idea what the Wiener Circle is about this. And Caleb was like, yeah, cool. Enjoy your free hot dogs. Like they have no idea what goes on there. But people in Chicago, people that have visited that area certainly know. Once you go, you will never, ever forget it.
So speaking of the Wiener Circle and speaking of Caleb Williams, I have a friend who watches our show all the time. and he doesn't bet everything we say, and oftentimes he goes rogue. He sent me a slip yesterday. He bet Caleb Williams to win the MVP at 80-1. BetMGM.
Holy. What was
I
that?
know.
Was that before yesterday?
It was after the game.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
course. It's never before the game. It's always after the game. Still 80-1. That's the market at BetMGM. So similar players in that price range. Prescott is 80. Kyler Murray is 66. Brock Purdy is 66, and he's not even healthy. That's kind of crazy that Purdy is shorter than Caleb. And then on the other side, Trevor Lawrence 100-1, Saquon 100-1, Bo Nix 100-1. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just giving you the facts. Caleb Williams has the most touchdown passes in the NFL. Well, actually that changed because Jared Goff played last night. So that I didn't check that this morning. I guess I should.
They had 4 rushing touchdowns.
Okay, so the leading passing touchdown guys in the NFL right now, I should have had this beforehand. I apologize. Lamar has 9. Rodgers, Goff, Caleb have 7. Not bad.
The 80-1 price is correct. I agree. Fine with that. The Bears not only have to make the playoffs, probably have to win the division. They're 28-1 right now to win the division. It's probably what you need. You're going to need that level of success. I understand getting excited about the numbers and the 4 touchdowns. We're going to learn very quickly, was that more about the Cowboys defense or the Bears offense? And I think we're going to be talking about, if you have any fantasy players going against the Cowboys, you just load them up immediately. Like, there's no questions asked. That's the worst defense in the NFL. Eberflus's defense. That's really not much of a debate right now based on what we've seen. Was it all about the opponent? I don't know. We're going to find out. I get it if you think he's going to have numbers. I didn't think you were going MVP. I thought you were going 4,000 plus yards, offensive player of the year, something like that, something a little bit different, because MVP is going to be tough because you got to be typically a top 2 to 3 seed in your conference to get the MVP. And speaking of that, Brinson brought his name up. Herbert, that's the big mover this week. 6-1. He's a third favorite. The number for Josh Allen got even shorter because Lamar's team lost last night. So they were co-favorites before last night's game, and now what we have is Josh Allen is separating himself a little bit without even playing last night. So it goes Allen, then Lamar, then Justin Herbert, down to Love a little bit, but yeah, I mean, it's tough to make cases for somebody that not in the top 3 to 4.
What about Jalen Hurts? I'd like to have this conversation because there was a lot of people on X, some people that I might call a teammate at one company, saying, all right, Jalen Hurts, let's see what you can do. And super sarcastic, super passive aggressive. Like, oh, he can't throw him back in this game. They're down 19 points. Well, he did. And he was the reason they won that game. Well, the block kick helped, of course. But to get them in front, he was the reason they took the lead. Let me shape it that way. He's 18-1 at BetMGM. Same price as Mahomes, $2 shorter than Baker Mayfield. They are undefeated. He's going to have 15 rushing touchdowns, give or take, in what's probably the final year of the tush push. And they could go 13-4, 14-3. It's a very good football team. If he keeps silencing the critics and finding ways to get the Eagles home in games, he's going to be right there. Is he going to have the stats like Allen or Lamar? No. But he's probably, if Saquon continues this, what's the word? Slip from where he was last year? Slide. It's very hard to match what Saquon did last year. If the Eagles are going to run it back and win a bunch of games, it'll be because of the quarterback, not because of the running back. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Last night I was scrolling, watching Monday Night Football, and on the algorithm popped up something that Stuart Feiner said about Jalen Hurts, and then my daughter repeated it the rest of the night because I was laughing. She's like, What does he mean by that? It was actually positive. He was ripping on Jersey Jerry because he said something very negative about Jalen Hurts. It feels the stats play such a big part. Like the record for the Eagles is probably going to be up there, something that you need. But the stats play such a major factor that I just don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Rushing touchdowns, you throw that into the wash. Yes, it's going to help him. But I understand your point. The quarterback of potentially the team with the best record. Like that's a good starting point. And you already won the Super Bowl. You're the Super Bowl MVP. What else do you have to prove to people? You still got people criticizing him. 22-1. I get your point on that number, that it probably should not be that. Is it going to be one of these top 2 names? Maybe. So what are we, top 3, all in the same conference? Like what's the best number for the NFC? It's Love, and that's 16-1. Jaden Daniels, who's hurt, has the same. I see people saying, oh, now Baker's got to be talked about for MVP. Baker's getting more love than Jalen Hurts, which I think is kind of crazy, even with the late game heroics that we've seen out of Baker. It's hard for me to find value in this market to go down the board. I'm more willing to go down the board in some of these other markets, but I think MVP is going to be tough to beat not only Herbert, but Allen and Lamar.
Sure. I bet Justin Herbert a couple years ago at 15-1, and I was clearly early. I believe it was how long has Harbaugh been there? Is this his 3rd year? I think it was the year before Harbaugh got there. Second. Okay. So I bet Herbert, you're right. He took the job before the 2024 season. So this is year 2. I bet it in 23, the year before Harbaugh got there. And I'm like, I love this kid. I love his game. And I bet it 15-1. And it didn't quite work out that year. So I got jaded because that's how it works. If you bet it once and it doesn't work out, you're like, oh, I can't do it again. And I'll be completely honest with you, I never even thought about it. Never even crossed my brain. And that's my fault. I mean, I should be better at that. I should be able to compartmentalize bets that were either bad or ahead of schedule or both. Had the right idea just a couple years early. But never thought about Herbert. And a lot was made about the big four. The big four every year. Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow. And Burrow's not winning the MVP because he's not going to be on the field. Don't think it's going to be Mahomes earlier because that team is winning with defense, not offense. You could get cute and take a number, but Josh Allen's the best player in football. I've thought that for 2 years now. So know that if you make a bet at anybody 10-1 or higher, you might get good numbers. You might beat the number for a while. But if 17 is healthy in Western New York, he's the best player and he's the most valuable player.
OPOY. Jonathan Taylor's a favorite. Puka is your second favorite. That's pretty wide open. Like Taylor had the 3 touchdown game this weekend, so he's going to make that jump. That's an interesting market. And if you look at offensive rookie of the year, interesting as well. It's not Warren. Last week, Warren was the favorite. Every week, it's a different favorite, Sam. Now it's Ibuka. He's the guy that Baker goes to in a big spot, plus 370. Warren, plus 500. You're in a good spot with your Hampton ticket at plus 750. He's the guy moving forward with the Najee Harris injury. Cam Ward's 5th favorite, Genty 6. Dart is 7th at 20-1. I mentioned my Judkins bet. He's also 20-1. And Scattaboo is right there, 22-1. This market is changing more than any other awards market week to week.
I'm just going to sit on the Hampton ticket that we talked about after the draft, 16-1, see what happens, roll the dice. BetMGM is down to 12 on Dart, and you were telling people to bet 30 and 35, assuming that this would eventually happen. Now, he's got an uphill battle because he hasn't played. But if he does take the reins and finish the season, that's 14 games, and that's enough to win the offensive rookie, especially if he puts up numbers. I mean, they have weapons there, guys like Neighbors and Scattaboo, and they've got enough there to at least make some noise. With the MVP and the offensive player, though, I want to go back to offensive player. Gibbs and Brown are both unbelievable, but they're probably going to cancel each other out, right? That's the problem with Detroit. And because all the weapons are there, it probably removes Goff winning the MVP. Detroit's a very elite offense, but they have so many weapons that I don't know that one of them can win. Taylor's clearly the best player in Indy. Puka clearly in Los Angeles. McCaffrey clearly in San Francisco. Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. I feel like Gibbs and St. Brown are both so good that they take away from each other.
I think your CMC play looks good too. He had like 27 touches Sunday.
Stay healthy, man.
Where else is they going to go with the ball? Yeah,
Just
got to stay
stay
healthy.
on the field.
Yep. Yeah, that market's interesting. My guy JSN, he's down a little, but not a lot, 35-1. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming up in just a few minutes. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. I wish we had something with the room today, because that's peak. Just what's the room got? Let's go Oppo. How are we going to do it? Are we going to parlay it? What are you going to do? I'm sure people did that, and they missed it by that one freaking leg. But yeah, room goes 1-4 yesterday for Monday Night Football. Can't wait till Thursday till we find out exactly where they're at. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Sam, we got a message from listener viewer Garrett, and it's about the Red Sox, a team that you are following closely. And he was looking for some angles, some advice, kind of in that hedge spot, final week of the Major League Baseball season, trying to figure out what he should do. It's a sizable ticket. So he's reaching out to us. He has his own idea, but he was curious what we would do. So here's the scenario for Garrett. He's got a Red Sox to make the playoffs ticket. His total risk is nearly $1,800. The payout, $39K. So this is significant. He says it's across 4 different parlays. He's got golf legs from the Open Championship tied to it. Best price he's seen on Boston to miss is 6-1. Would you hedge with that number at plus 600, or would you hedge the games daily? And he gives an example like tomorrow, put a little on the Blue Jays money line against the Red Sox. So Garrett was just wondering what's the best way to go about it. The Red Sox are in the playoff right now. They're up by a game. And just to have an idea how much of a favorite they are to make it, BetMGM has minus 900. On the low end, I see minus 800. High end, minus 1,000. So if you're making a move, what do you do? Or do you just sit and wait out these last 6 games, take it day by day?
If you're minus 900 to make the playoffs, it's hard to get too hedge happy, I would think. And again, it's very difficult for us to tell people what to do. I think we could only approach it from the school or the thought process of what would I do. Again, it's your money, it's your decision. But if your last leg to hit this parlay, you bet it at 6-1, yes, and the yes is now minus 900. It's very difficult to get too hedge happy. I guess the question is, how much is that money going to change your life? $39,000 is a lot of money. So do you want to bet 1,000 at miss at 6-1? Maybe that's a good place to start. So you either win 38,000 or win, what was the bet? You said how much to win 39?
So he's risking about 1,800.
Okay, so just doing the math there. I don't have my Michael Felder calculator. So
Boston is a dog tonight to Toronto at Toronto. BetMGM has Toronto at minus 170 favorite. Giolito on the bump for the Red Sox.
Yeah, but you have a clean hedge with betting the no, though, is my point. I wouldn't do the day-to-day because you could technically, if things go weird, it could get bad. Yeah. I mean, it just could. So if they make the playoffs, he wins 39,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to put a dime on the no at 6-1, that would be my answer, because then he'd win either 38,000 or he'd win 6,000 minus the 1,800.
I think that's the best way. You don't want to get too convoluted, and then you're just spreading money all these different places, and then you're doing this for 6 to 7 days, and then by the end you're like, well, crap, what happened to my winnings? It was like I was knocking on 40 grand and now I'm down to, 35 or whatever. That's significant. Keep that in mind too. It may not sound like it's that significant, like you're happy with 35, but why give money away if you don't have to? And I'm sure that's probably why he was reaching out to us. I think he's on the right path because that's the first thing he brought up. So that means that's probably what he's closest to doing and thinking, are there other creative ways? Yeah, I like being in a hedge spot where I can win both sides, but it's okay when we're talking about a ticket that's $39K. right? Is that kind of where you're coming from? Like, you're not going to miss that 1,000 if you're wrong on that. And really, you're not wrong. You're right.
Garrett, what I would say is you made a tremendous bet, and you are such a prohibitive favorite now. You don't want to take out of what you should win more than you have to, right? That's what I would say. That's what I would do if I made an $1,800 bet to win $39,000, and I'm a $9 favorite to cash this parlay. I would bet a very small amount from that big pot. You take the big pot and take a dime out and bet the no. Just in case it does happen, if the Red Sox fall apart, you then win the 6,000 and then you lose the 1,800. So you still profit either 4,200 or 38,000. That's my final answer.
It's probably nervous because if you go to tankathon.com, look at the remaining strength of schedule, the toughest in baseball belongs to the Boston Red Sox with these last 6 games. Blue Jays and the Tigers. So I understand being a little bit nervous here, but keep in mind how awful the Tigers have been over the last month. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. But Garrett, congratulations. Great bet. Best of luck with your decision. And I agree with Sam. Just go no, and you're not going to miss that grand or whatever you decide. But don't hedge too much. That's the biggest key here. Don't hedge too much. You're in a terrific spot. Hope that gets home for you. All right, Sam, lightning bets. What do you think of today?
I will definitely end up on Penn State at some point this week. But let me be clear. I am not in a rush to lay 3.5 now. So that is not a lightning bet today. But I'm hoping for 3. And I do think eventually you're going to get that bet on Oregon at 3.5. I did notice this. They put up a poll on Instagram yesterday. They took our video about Oregon and Penn State. And as of this morning, I took a screenshot. Kate put a poll on the video. Mm-hmm. And the question on the Instagram was, will Oregon take down Penn State? Yes or no? What percentage do you think said yes, that Oregon will win outright of 100?
70.
75.
Wow.
So
it doesn't surprise me.
I don't think that Oregon support is going to stop. And I think we're going to get 3. And for Big Dave, you think Big Dave's going to let Oregon go into Happy Valley and win? Ain't happening. So I'm holding on Penn State. Again, not a lightning bet yet, but that's sort of what I'm thinking. If you'd like a bet, give you the Tennessee Titans +7. I'm there. I made it. Yeah. I made it on a Tuesday.
All right. Congratulations. I get it. The Texans should not be favored by a touchdown over anybody in this league, but the Tennessee Titans are barely in this league. So that's the trouble. That's a trouble spot. But you're right. It's disgusting, and it's the right play. I don't buy that Texas team at all. Stingley's hurt, too. We're going to find out if he's going to be good to go. Key cog to that defense. How close are you in the Longhorns making the playoff? -150.
I think it's a really good bet.
Yeah. Thinking about it. All right. I'm going to go somewhere else. Both of us landed independently. Seahawks 7-1 to win the division.
Woo!
Bosa injury. Maybe we're all just wrong about them. And that is a lights out defense. And I don't think they're getting enough respect right now. And people are still looking at it and say, wow, the opponent matters. And I certainly understand it. But, man, yeah, we both landed on the same spot. That is way too much value for everything that they've already accomplished. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in on the Seahawks here. Why not in that division? I don't think it's going to be San Francisco. I mean, it's funny. I was reading stories. Why are the Niners so injured all the time? Why are the Niners so injured? And then the day that article comes out, I think it was from The Athletic, Bosa's done for the year now. Like, add him to the list. But yeah, Seattle loses a close game to start the season against San Francisco. Took out Pittsburgh on the road. Know about New Orleans. And then we get Thursday's game at Arizona. That's going to be a big one for this. But Yeah, watch out. We may have been wrong about Seattle because I was not high on them coming into the season. So that's my look for today to win the division. And if you want to do more, there's some big numbers: 30-1 for the NFC. Paul Aspin, what you got for the Lightning bets?
As a former Seahawks backer in years past, I wish you the best. I think it's interesting that the favorite has flipped in the LSU Ole Miss game, so that's kind of pointing me towards Ole Miss. Going to dive into it a little bit more, but so I've not gotten to the window on it yet. But that's an interesting one, and yeah, that's pretty much it for today. So I'll let Jake take off with a full baseball card.
Ooh, yeah, full baseball card as opposed to yesterday. Only had a few games. I'm sure we'll talk about Dodgers D-backs, but. Jake, let me remind the people that they've thought out the parlay. Now you can boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win at BetMGM. What do you think, Jake?
So great to have these Diamondbacks positions and be one game out of the wild card. Here's Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. Oh, who do
They're
the Reds
minus
get?
150. Minus
Well,
150.
You may ask yourself who the Reds get. Johan
Yeah.
Oviedo and the Pittsburgh Pirates in Cincinnati. Awesome. Sick.
Yeah,
I love that we've just moved on from the Mets, and it's like we're not even talking about
The Mets are
anymore.
the
This is
Mets
just
got
a Reds
raptured.
thing.
It's over. The Mets as an organization got beamed up. It's over.
And they got Horton tonight.
Yeah, that
luck.
team's cooked. But as long as the Diamondbacks can just stay in it, Reds have to play Skeens tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just saying. As far as other stuff, I like the Orioles on the money line. I like the under in the Red Sox Blue Jays game. And let's go Diamondbacks, please. Please win. Just please win.
Please.
They beating him?
Yes,
They beating
nicely.
Ohtani?
I did ask nicely. Sure, let's official lightning bet Diamondbacks money line. Let's go down
Oh
with the
my
ship.
God.
Let's go all
and
the way.
do yourself a favor. Go watch Triumph the Comic Dog at the Wiener Circle. Do it.
Yep. We're going to do that right now. Right as Paul's trying to run the show meeting for tomorrow. We'll be watching that laughing. Thanks for listening and watching Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.